All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome if you're new. Sorry if I sound a little strange. Trying to adjust the microphone level here. But yeah, welcome back to the stream, guys. Appreciate you joining me today. Appreciate you waiting patiently for the intro to finish up. We are streaming in 4K, and I did correct the bit rate. So if you are choosing to watch at 4K, it should look noticeably better than the previous stream. Spiffy hoodie you got there? Yeah, this is a new hoodie I got. It's really nice. It's very cold out today. Very, very cold out. So, you know, I'm trying to stay warm. It's winter now. Guess we can expect this. Potentially getting some snow soon, which will be interesting. But yeah, appreciate you guys joining me today on this Sunday. I hope everybody is doing well, or saw some people saying that they were sick. If you're sick, I hope you're recovering well, and we'll recover soon. Bald head in 4K. That'll be the next goal we strive for. Bald head in 4K. Thank you for that, Silent Spartan. I appreciate it, dude. Money, you're saying how they are not worried about their fan base going to PC or leaving at all, even with price increases. If that's not arrogant, I don't know what is. I mean, I get where you're coming from. It sounds pretty bad, but at the same time, though, like, are they wrong? You know? Are they wrong? Unfortunately, no. But we'll see how long that lasts, you know? How long can that last? Actually, believe it or not, Money, you might be surprised to hear this. I have that topic up. That is a topic that I was going to discuss with you guys today. So, no worries. We got a couple of different topics to go over today. Yeah, I'm in the Northeast, Planet Schlorpian. Yeah. Generic White Male says playing Spider-Man Remastered on PS5 Pro looks amazing. Can't wait to play Miles Morales and Spider-Man 2. That's good, man. Yeah, they look good. They look good on the PS5 Pro. I mean, they looked good in general, right? Why is my room like a psychiatric hospital? I was thinking more of like a studio, but I mean, if that's the vibe that it evokes, that's okay too. That's okay. No, I haven't tried Stalker 2 yet. I mean, I was kind of surprised. Apparently, they said they don't have a PS5 version in development currently, or that's what they claimed. But I guess it makes sense because they're working on like fixing the game and getting it 100%. But Michael Lynch with a $10 super chat. Yeah, I'm going to give you guys a rundown of the topics we're going to talk about. I'm just waiting for more people to file in here. Michael Lynch says, remember last year, Sony said they wouldn't have first-party games until the end of the first quarter. We're only a couple of months away from potential masterpieces dropping. Yeah, so that is true, Michael. And a lot of people were very disappointed when Sony announced that early last year. And for those who were wondering, the end of Sony's financial year is April 1st. So we are a couple of months away from that. I think it's safe to say that between now and April 1st, we will get a state of play, and there might be a little something. You know, not like a major first-party title, because that's what Sony emphasized last year, and that's what you're referencing here, Michael. They were like, listen, we don't have any like major tentpole titles, so you're not going to see like a major, you know, big release in January, February, or March, but there could be a little something. a little something that they haven't announced yet, something that they're not trying to make a big deal about, but you know, it'd be the perfect time to drop it. But yeah, man, we are going. I mean, you talk about Q1 of their fiscal year. Q1 starts April, May, June. Could they have something like Ghost of Yotei or Death Stranding 2 ready to go? It's possible, but I'm thinking it's probably going to be Q2 of their fiscal year, which is July, August, September. But let me give you guys, and Michael, thank you so much for the $10 super chat, man. It's going to be really interesting to see what Sony's going to have to say about some of these bigger games that they have coming this year. I'm excited. I want to give you guys a rundown of the topics that we're going to be talking about today. We're talking about a new rumor that has popped up that I think a lot of people are going to consider it as a really, if it's true, as really, really good news, something that may signal Sony is listening to the fans and they are getting the message, at least to a certain degree. And we're going to go over that. We're also going to be talking about how an industry analyst has come out, a veteran industry analyst at that, and he believes that 2025 is going to be the year where Microsoft makes it abundantly clear that they are all in with bringing games to not just all platforms, but the PlayStation 5 as well. He even goes on to speculate that games such as Gears of War E-Day and Perfect Dark are actually going to come to PS5 too. So we'll talk about that. We're also talking about how there is now seemingly the first real evidence that work on PlayStation 3 backwards compatibility is either beginning or going to start very soon. And this is, I think this is a big deal for a lot of PlayStation players because this is something they've been asking for a long, long time, man. Fable, I think Fable's going to come to PS5. Yeah. I don't know if it'll be like day and date, but I think it will. And we're also, yeah, we do have some interesting comments from Sony about PC. The comments are not brand new, but something that I think, is going to be worth covering. Sounds like Xbox is literally carrying Sony now. No, I wouldn't say they're carrying Sony, to be honest. And it's Xbox's king. It's fine. To be honest, I think that if Microsoft were to like not support PS5, right? I think that would hurt Microsoft more than Sony. Truly, I really mean that, and I'm not just saying that as in like because Sony's better and Xbox sucks, but I mean if you consider like why Microsoft is doing this, it's because they have a real urgency, you know, like a real urgency. They need sales, dude. Like they need game sales. I know that they still support Game Pass and that's a big thing for them, but this idea that they were going to be able to just rely on subscriptions and not have to worry about game sales, like full price game sales. I don't think that was ever really a possibility. And I think that's really the problem that they've run into, where I feel like if Sony, if Sony were to operate right now without any Xbox games coming over, I mean, the one game that would hurt Sony like dramatically is Call of Duty. So if they were, yeah, I mean, if we were living in a world where PlayStation couldn't have Call of Duty anymore, it would hurt them a lot. It would hurt them a lot. Would it? I mean, Jim Ryan said it would like the business would never recover. So that's coming from Jim Ryan. But you also have to consider the fact that like Microsoft would be also shooting themselves, where it's like, sure, we're hurting Sony, but we're also hurting ourselves because that's money that we would have made too. We would have made the bulk of that money. So I wouldn't say that Xbox is carrying PlayStation as much as it's just Xbox needs to carry themselves in a different way now because the expectation in terms of revenue and profit is sky high now. The pressure's on, man. The pressure is on. But guys, listen, before we dive deeper into the topics, just want to encourage you a couple of ways to support the channel directly. Most of you guys know this, but for those who don't, we're doing a lot of members content, man. So please consider becoming a channel member. All right. We are doing more members content than ever before. We just did a 2.5 hour morning with the misses. You guys really thoroughly enjoyed that. We did a bunch of different members lounges, and we have a lot more coming up. So if you haven't already, please consider becoming a channel member. Consider gifting memberships. We do have a very large goal we're striving for the month of January. It's okay if we don't hit it, but we're still going to push for it, and I'm going to encourage it. You can see what the rewards are. We hit that goal. Me and Mrs. MBG will play Sekiro. We will do a celebratory Sekiro stream. And there's a stretch goal where I will do a Clown BG cosplay because that's what Mrs. MBG suggested. If we hit that stretch goal as well. So also consider dropping a super chat, a direct donation. These are all ways in which you can support the channel and fund the channel. We are fan funded. So thank you to everybody who does so and makes it possible. Seriously, shout out to you guys. You're the GOATs. And I also just want to take a second to ask you guys to please hit that like button. Okay, we have over 270 people here, which is great to see. Thank you for hanging out with me today. If you want to help the stream, take a moment, hit that like button. We could easily crush 100 likes. Let's start here with the Microsoft topic, though, since we already started talking about it. This is reported by GameSpot. They say, according to a veteran video game industry analyst, 2025 could be the year that Microsoft goes, quote, all in on bringing Xbox games to other platforms, including PlayStation 5. Microsoft, of course, has already begun to launch some games on rival platforms, but Serkan Toto of Canton Games believes Microsoft will will lean further into that this year. Serkan Toto told GamesIndustry.biz that Microsoft may opt to do this for a variety of reasons, including helping to pay for its massive buyout of Activision Blizzard and the huge lead of PlayStation in the market. Quote, 2025 might be the year where they go all in. The $69 billion Activision Blizzard deal, rising costs across the board, the power of forever titles, the huge lead of Sony, and other factors will likely leave Microsoft no choice but to bring all of their big games to PS5 early, including blockbusters such as Gears of War E-Day or Perfect Dark. In early 2024, Microsoft surprised some people by announcing some of its first-party games would be launching on other platforms, including Sea of Thieves, Grounded, Hi-Fi Rush, and Pentiment. Even before this, though, Microsoft was already one of the biggest publishers on PlayStation and Switch, thanks to the juggernaut that is Minecraft. Call of Duty is now a Microsoft franchise as well, and Microsoft continues to release the game on PlayStation platforms. One of the big Xbox games to come to PlayStation is Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, which launches for PS5 in spring of this year. Beyond this, there are ongoing rumors that Halo Combat Evolved remaster project could end up launching on PS5. In May, it was reported that Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella and CFO Amy Hood are mandating increasing margins across all of their divisions, including Xbox. At the time, it was reported that Microsoft might look to release even more of its first-party games on PlayStation to help increase revenue. There's said to be an internal plan with Microsoft called Project Latitude that is focused on formulating plans to bring more first-party Xbox games to rival consoles. And so, yeah, we have a veteran industry analyst chiming in at the beginning of 2025 saying what I think a lot of us already have kind of concluded, which is 2025 is going to be the year where Microsoft signals, if they haven't already, that they are all in. And so it's not a matter of if, I think it's just a matter of when. The only thing that I would say I might be a little bit hesitant on with what he's saying is that it might be a little bit too soon. I mean, 2025, I do believe this is going to be a huge year for all platform holders. I think it's going to be a huge year for games, but I do believe this could be the year where Microsoft makes it clear that, like, guys, you can expect everything, like aggressively, like you can expect everything. However, if Microsoft wants to kind of hold off a little bit, maybe wait till 2026, maybe there's more they have to do behind the scenes. I could see that being a possibility as well. But the idea of Gears of War E-Day and Perfect Dark launching sooner on PS5 or day one on PS5, I mean, what do you guys think? Is this something you're honestly expecting? Because I think at this point there are quite a few people expecting it. You You think maybe Microsoft will destroy PlayStation by bringing their games to PlayStation? Well, I will say this. Xbox is going to be a huge part of the conversation surrounding PlayStation, um, in potentially a good way, right? In like a wow, like this big Microsoft game is coming to PlayStation, and the focus is kind of on that. You know what I mean? I feel like if you're Microsoft and your end goal is we want to make as much revenue and profit off of our games as possible, you probably don't see that as a bad thing. Microsoft is already ruining Call of Duty. You know, it's weird. I'm seeing it's a yearly cycle with Call of Duty. There's always frustration and consternation, but this year it seems like something is not right. And I say this as somebody who's playing Call of Duty. Like, people are very, very, very upset with Call of Duty and Activision and the way it's being handled. And I actually saw this post from Charlie Intel. And for those who don't know who Charlie Intel is, it's like one of the biggest, if not the biggest, like Call of Duty news account. And they basically listed all of the things wrong with Black Ops 6 right now. And one of the biggest things is cheaters and hacking, and nothing is being done about it. And the fact that they're coming out and introducing even more mid-season passes and even more like ridiculous microtransactions. And that's clearly their focus. That's what they're putting all their time into. And Charlie Intel, the account actually tagged Phil Spencer and Xbox and like asked them, like, you're just gonna let this happen to your biggest franchise? And I'm like, God damn, dude. I mean, look, I speculated multiple times that Call of Duty could easily be ruined underneath Microsoft. I don't think it is. I'll be honest. I don't think Call of Duty's ruined yet. I think that, every year there are problems. I think that this year the problems might be a bit more egregious than previous years, and it does seem like Treyarch is not really listening very, very well. So there's still time for them to turn it around and kind of sort it out. But the fact of the matter is, Black Ops 6 made its money, but I do think that, like, I saw this post the other day too, where apparently Black Ops 6 lost all of the players it garnered on Steam. They're just like gone. They dropped they gained like 160,000 players in November, and then they lost like 160,000 players in December or something. And it's just like, yeah, I don't know, man. It seems like things are not really going as smoothly for Call of Duty right now as you would expect. But like I said, it made its money, and they have time. They have time to correct it. But I'm actually quite surprised as somebody who is still playing Call of Duty, um, seeing how much anger and animosity is being thrown at this game for, I think, maybe valid reasons. Like, I was looking into it and I'm like, are people like overreacting and over exaggerating? Because I feel like people do that a lot with Call of Duty, but I'm like, I don't know, dude. It does seem like there are some serious issues this year with Black Ops 6 that for some reason Microsoft nor Treyarch nor Activision are acknowledging. And they're just like, do you want to buy another pass? Do you want to buy another microtransaction? And if the answer is no, we want you to fix the game. They're like, what? No. No, if you're not interested in buying, we're just going to ask the next person. And I feel like that's a dangerous road to go down. Call of Duty users do not use Steam. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about it. I would like to see what the player counts look like on PlayStation and Xbox. I would like to see that because something tells me they're pretty healthy on there, I would assume. But it's still one of these things where I feel like if you're Treyarch or if you're Activision or if you're Microsoft, you might want to, you see that and you're like, that might be a little bit concerning, Yeah, that's true. Marvel Rivals is, man, what a huge game. Marvel Rivals is doing really, really well. People thought it was going to be like a short-lived thing, but no, dude. No, they're I think they have hundreds of thousands of people still playing that game on Steam alone. No one saw that coming at the beginning of this gen. I agree with that, Irfan. Yeah. Hold on though, MBG. I'm gonna play Squid Game and Call of Duty, dude. I'm not gonna lie. I'm still playing some Call of Duty, and this Squid Game thing's. I'm just like cringing so hard at it, man. It's so cringe. Like, oh, you know what's cringe about it? I don't have a problem with Squid Game. What's cringe about it is you can see it. They're not hiding it anymore. They're like, yeah, we're just gonna take the money. We're gonna get paid a lot of money by Netflix to basically advertise Squid Game with a whole event. And it just doesn't fit, man. It doesn't fit. I don't know. It just seems very off-putting, and I think it's just a kind of. I think it just makes it clear that this is how it's going to be going forward. Like, yeah, we're going to have event passes now on top of, um, battle passes and everything. It's like, all right, man, like it's getting spooky out here, man. Josh Z with a $10 super chat. Thank you for that, Josh. He says, I can see a scenario where this move forces PlayStation to abandon exclusivity altogether. They lost the game, so they are changing the rules. Nintendo is the only company that makes billions from games. That's an interesting prediction, Josh. And my read on this is, I guess I would have to ask you what you mean when you say abandon exclusivity altogether. Like, do you mean as in Sony will be forced or get to a point where like, we're literally going to put our games everywhere just like Microsoft. We're going to put it on Switch 2 and Xbox and PC and Epic Games, right? Like, and Steam. Is that what we're talking about? Or because I feel like Sony might actually be willing to do that at some point in time, but I do not think Xbox will be part of that. You know what I mean? Like, I think Xbox will be like the only one like aggressively excluded. I think Switch 2 will be considered. I think because if you look at it right now, Josh, based off what you're saying, like Sony is already halfway there. They still do have exclusivity, but it's timed exclusivity until it goes to PC. And Sony made it clear, and we're going to talk about this in a little bit. Sony made it clear that they don't see PC as a threat at all. Sony is also at the same time showing an interest of like, maybe we will put this game on Switch too. It's not Horizon Zero Dawn, it's not Horizon Forbidden West, but it's a spin-off, Lego Horizon. Let's put that on Switch 2, see what happens. Sony is showing a willingness to experiment and do more than they've ever been willing to do before. I could understand how the idea is maybe in the long run, Sony will reciprocate and, start putting games on Xbox. But I'm telling you, I do believe, and I'll be surprised if I'm wrong, but it would be okay if I'm wrong. It wouldn't be a bad thing. But I do believe that the next Xbox that comes out is going to sell so badly that no one will question if Microsoft's going to leave the hardware space after this Xbox. I really think that sales are going to be almost non-existent for Xbox next generation. I'm not saying they're going to be like 2 million, or 3 million sold 5 years into the gen, but I just think it's going to be less than 15 million. I do. I really think that. Somebody did say the other day in my comments, they were like, well, if Xbox has Steam integrated, then it will sell well. And I'm not so sure about that one. I don't know. I think it would help, but I don't know that. I think it would help. That could maybe be the saving grace of like, this is what's keeping the Xbox even just a little bit relevant. But the reason why I'm saying that, Josh, is because I think that's what's going to make Sony be like, yeah, no, it's literally not going to be worth the money or the time to port games to Xbox. Like, even if Sony was like, we're done with exclusivity, I don't think they would port them to Xbox, dude. I don't think they would. I think not only would it cause a major backlash, and I mean, let's face it, Could you imagine what the internet would be like? Could you imagine what the headlines would be like? What the conversations would be like if Sony was like, "We're going to release God of War on Xbox." I mean, that's going to be God. I don't even know. Things are going to go nuclear at that point, right? And I think if you're Sony, you really have to ask yourself, like, how much juice are you going to get from that squeeze? I mean, really, how much juice are you getting from it? Now, if the next generation Xbox console actually does what I think would be the impossible and it sells really, really well, like surprisingly well, and it's like, oh shit, I don't know. That could change a lot, but I just don't see that in the cards right now. Okay, you think the next Xboxes will sell more than the series consoles? What makes you think that? I really don't think that at all, dude. I think that what we are seeing right now, like you're seeing people not buy Xboxes right now, like in mass. Like people are just done buying Xboxes. I think that's the telltale sign, like the beginning of like this is how it's going to be now, but even worse next gen. Um, I mean, I'm imagining like going back to the original article here. If Cirque and Toto is correct, and Fable does come to PlayStation 5, Gears E Day is actually going to come to PlayStation. All of these games are going to come to PlayStation. I mean, I really feel like people are just going to look at Xboxes and I don't know. They're just going to look at it as what I'll just I like I'll put it to you this way. I think if Steam or if Valve released a Steam console, I think that Steam console would be more relevant than the Xbox consoles at that point. I really mean that. I do. I think that they would be more relevant than the Xbox consoles. That's the position that I think Microsoft could find themselves in if it's true that Valve is making a console. But I would like to be wrong. I will put that out there. I'm not cheering on the idea of the Xbox selling as bad as the Wii U. Like I don't like that idea because if that happens, it means holy shit, it is actually dead. Like for real dead, you know? And that makes me feel just kind of sad where it's like, man, I can't believe it kind of this is how it ended. What a sad ending. Kind of happy in the sense that it'll be cool to play Xbox games on my PlayStation, but shit, man, what was the cost? You know, at what cost? But I'm just not sold on this idea that Sony will walk away from exclusivity in the way that people think they will. I think that Sony at this point in time has made it pretty clear that like exclusivity is something that they're gently holding on to. They're not, you know, their grip on it is not that tight anymore. And I think it's getting their grip on it is loosening more and more each year that goes by. And I think that Sony is just kind of like trying not to bring too much attention to it at all at one time. Because I do think that in the long run, PlayStation will end up in a very similar position that Microsoft is in, not with their consoles, but just with the overall platform of like, we really do want to just allow people to play our games and grow our IP. And especially when you're talking about live service games. But like I always say, Sony, the biggest difference between Microsoft and Sony is Sony's still successfully selling consoles. Sony's still doing very well. The PS5 is likely going to easily hit 100 million units at some point. And I did explain previously, like, that's incredibly valuable. It doesn't mean Sony's going to put all their eggs in the console basket, you know, when it's become clear that consoles are not as popular as they once were and people are expecting other ways to play games now. But I do think that it's still something that's incredibly valuable to their business because I want you to just imagine this for a moment. Imagine the PS5 not hitting 70 million sold, but instead the PS5 sitting at like 30 million right now. I want you to imagine how much different Sony's quarterly earnings would look. How much more dangerous of a position they would be in, or how much more dangerous that position would be if they were in it, right? It would be crazy. It would be crazy for them. They would be on the ropes. They don't have that kind of, then you would see Sony probably being like, we should just put these games on Xbox now. You'd probably see them doing the same thing, but 70 million units sold, 80, 90, 100 million units of a console that people are very engaged with and remain very engaged with. I mean, that's not something Sony's willing to just sacrifice in the name of, you know, chasing the billions of potential gamers. They want to see if they can thread that needle and do both. Microsoft they're all in, bro. Do I have any games on pre-order at the moment? I don't know why I said pre-order. Pre-order. Josh, you're saying you have nothing at the moment. No, I actually don't have anything pre-ordered at the moment either. I'm still trying to platinum Silent Hill 2 Remake. It's going to take some time because I have to do like so many different playthroughs, but I've been chipping away at that and enjoying it too, actually. Um, and then after that, I'm going to start playing Cyberpunk. So I did just install Cyberpunk on another PS5 for Mrs. MEG to start playing. So that'll be interesting. But yeah, right now, nothing pre-ordered. MBG, you know that this has already happened in an alternate universe. I do believe that. Yeah. Saying more people want to sell their games on PlayStation because the games actually sell. I mean, yeah. Yeah, that's what's kind of funny about it is like the proof is literally Microsoft putting their games on PlayStation. Microsoft is putting their games on PlayStation because they know that not only are there 65, 70 million customers, but they actually like these are a lot of these customers are customers that really they do buy games, they buy games at full price. And that's again, these are things that are valuable to not just Sony, but other publishers as well. Now that I have a PS5 Pro, I got to be FF7 Rebirth. Yeah, I have no idea when I'm going to get around to that, but it's that's a game that's officially on my backlog now, and it'll happen one day. I promise it will. At this point, I'm honestly just considering, since they're working on part 3 now, they're working on part 3 like they made it clear like we're working on it now. Like we're not doing DLC, we're not wasting any time. We're all hands on deck. So, I'm almost considering waiting until they announce maybe the third one or we get an idea of when it's releasing, and then maybe I'll beat Rebirth and then just go right into part 3. I did hear people talking about the ending and, no spoil. I don't know. Nothing was spoiled for me, but like apparently it's crazy. I'm like, damn. All right. Well, I believe it. Think I'm going to love Cyberpunk? Yeah, I'm excited. I have to admit, like I've heard you guys talk about it for so long. I'm not necessarily trying to rush the Silent Hill 2 Platinum. I mean, I'm definitely trying to be efficient with it, but yeah, I'm definitely gonna sink my teeth into Cyberpunk and see if it ends up living up to the expectations that you guys have set for it. Because I mean, people have really gushed over this game. PlayStation has said that console gamers are not enough to give them the margins the shareholders demand. You're not buying enough games. Yeah, I mean that's true, but that's where you have to, if you're in Sony's position, you have to ask yourself like, I think what Sony is probably struggling with, if I had to assume, is trying to get the shareholders to understand that, listen, guys, like being able to sell 12 to 15 million copies of a game or even 10 million copies of a game on a single platform is kind of nuts. The shareholders probably look at Nintendo and like, well, how come they got some games that are selling like 30 million units, 40 million units? And I understand that if you're a shareholder, like you're gonna want to like look at Sony and be like, you guys need to do that now. But it's like I don't know if the shareholders quite understand that it's like, dude, that's abnormal. Like that's a unique position that Nintendo is in. That notice how nobody else is in that position. I imagine, though, the shareholders probably look at games like GTA, Minecraft, even Call of Duty. Those are two live service titles that are owned by Microsoft now. They look at these games that sell so much, and they probably just look at Sony and are like, "You, why don't you guys have anything like that? You don't have one." I mean, like the highest selling game is Gran Turismo, but outside of that, I mean, nothing is really truly in that upper echelon of like number one, two, or three. And I do understand that that's something that the shareholders want from Sony. That's something that Sony would want too. That's what Jim Ryan was chasing, by the way. Jim Ryan was definitely fueled by the shareholders' desire, where it's like we need a game that's going to have, I mean, truly universal reach. A game like we need our Fortnite, we need our GTA, we need our Call of Duty, we need something. We need our Minecraft. We need a game that's just it's like a cultural phenomenon that is forever at the top. They don't have that. They have IP that achieve that temporarily, right? Like when a new God of War comes out, that they get that for a limited amount of time. And so, this idea that maybe they're trying to also do it in the way that Nintendo has done it, where it's like Nintendo doesn't have live service games, but they do have IP that are always at the top, and IP, games that are selling 30, 40 million units on a single platform. I'll be honest, I don't know that Sony can achieve that. Sony has very, very strong IP. I don't know if it's that strong. I just don't know how like, truthfully, the only way I think you could achieve that is by doing exactly what they're doing. It's like, yeah, we would like it if God of War could sell like 35 million copies. Yeah, I don't think you're going to be able to do that with a PlayStation 5 or PlayStation 6 install base of like 150 million shared, right? I don't, if you could do that, it's not obvious. Like, it's not obvious that that's something that awaits you. They're just not seeing these substantial, like, massive sales that, I guess, yeah, at this point in time, man, the shareholders absolutely, they're putting the pressure on Sony where it's like, this is what we expect. I do. And sometimes we have to ask ourselves, like, are the shareholders' expectations a bit unrealistic? Are Sony's expectations a bit unrealistic? I mean, they might be, if they have an unwillingness to just rip the Band-Aid off and basically do what Microsoft is doing, it might be unrealistic. Yeah, guys, by the way, do me a favor, hit that like button. We have over 380 people here watching, which thank you guys for that. But if you want to help out the stream, the simplest way for you to do that, hit that like button. Let's see if we can get to 150 likes. We could easily get to 200 likes. It helps with YouTube's algorithm, lets the stream come across new people's feeds, and they might click on it and hang out with us. So hit that like button. Animal Crossing New Horizons sold 48 million units. That's what I mean. Like, that's something that Sony would not be able to achieve, that just flat out. They could release a game on Xbox, on Switch. They're not selling 48 million units of a game. They're just not. And that, to me, is something that I think Sony does have to think about. They have to consider, like, well, how do you get to that point? It's very difficult. There's not a simple answer to that question. It takes a long, long time. Could Sony get to that level many years from now? Yes. Yes, I do think they could. But I think it's going to take a long time. I think this is what they're starting with. They're starting now. I mean, Sony has always kind of had this approach with their IP where it's like, we're going to do like a trilogy and then we're just going to like move on. And they've always had this cyclical nature of just kind of, here's our rotation of IP, and now we're resting that IP, and now we're doing a new rotation, now we're resting that. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. That's why we have so many, over the generations, we've had so much new IP that has grown into becoming big franchises, and we're going to continue to see them do that. But I think this is the first time Sony's actually getting serious about like, what if we don't do that though with a lot of our games? What if like we do stick with Horizon? We do stick with well, they did stick with God of War, but in a much more serious way now. We do stick with The Last of Us, maybe. We do stick with the Ghost games going forward. I mean, this is what Nintendo has done. And this is arguably why Nintendo's games were able to achieve heights that, reach a height that few other games do. And if you think about, again, a series like Grand Theft Auto, like they didn't just get to where they are overnight. You know what I mean? It took literally decades. Decades. And so it starts with having that kind of foundational, I would say, establishment, right? Like you're establishing that foundation, you're planting the flag. Like this IP is here to stay. It's not going to be wrested. Don't milk it. You got to be careful not to milk it. That could be a problem too. But we're going to grow this thing. We're going to grow it. It doesn't matter if it takes 15 or 20 years. We're starting now. That's what I think Sony is doing very differently this time. And you could make the argument maybe they didn't do that previously because a lot of the stuff that they did really just never showed signs of being strong enough IP to be able to do that, maybe outside of God of War, right? Maybe Uncharted, but that's a tough one because it's like Naughty Dog's like, we don't want to make Uncharted anymore. But if you're Sony, you're like, my God, this game sold 16 million copies. We should probably do something more with Uncharted, Perfect Image with a $5 super chat says the only reason Switch is winning, one, they don't care about graphics, 1080p, thumbs up. You're saying two, they bring all Nintendo games to Switch, and second, third party brings old games that matter. I mean, I think I agree mostly with what you're saying, Perfect Image. I think Nintendo is winning because I'll be honest, I think that they just had their own plan and they didn't really give a shit about what Sony or Microsoft were doing. And I think when they were originally constructing that plan, it seemed very dangerous. Like, guys, you're just going to ignore what the two other platform holders and console manufacturers are doing. You're like, yeah, we are. I mean, on paper, that sounds like, okay, well, that's a recipe for disaster. But I think it actually turned out to be the smartest thing they ever did because they just had their own vision and they were like, listen, we believe in this. We're just going to go through with it. And I'm sure they were prepared for it to not work, but the hope is it will work, and it did. It worked out probably way better for them than they could have imagined. And I don't know that that's not something I expect Sony to do. Sony's not going to basically be like, you know what, guys? We're just going to do our own thing now. All right? We don't really care what anybody else is doing. We're just going to do our own thing. Sony's not going to do that. Neither is Microsoft, for that matter. They're chasing, again, it's the ambition. It's not that Nintendo doesn't have ambition, but it's that Nintendo's ambition is rooted in, well, we're just going to do it our way. And those two things are kind of, the ambition of shareholders and the expectation of shareholders versus a company whose ambition is rooted in, we're just going to kind of do it our way. Those two things can clash and be antithetical to one another. What we see with Sony and Microsoft is they're trying to go with the flow in a sense. They're both trying to, like, if not find the next big thing, find the next big money pit, right? Where it's like, where's the money? I mean, where's all the money? And that's why Microsoft is now not afraid to be like, dude, screw the console. Screw the console market. We know where the money is. You could make the argument that maybe Phil Spencer knew the whole time, but Phil Spencer, he was there the whole time for the Xbox, and he probably had this view of like, well, we don't want to just give up on it, like we want to. He's more of a traditionalist a little bit, I would say, and maybe Game Pass was the one thing that he came up with that was like, okay, that could be an avenue, but It really wasn't until Satya Nadella came in and, you know, the board of Microsoft were like, no, no, this is where the money is. Like, Phil, what are you talking? Like, the money is in publishing. It's right there. I think Phil knew that the whole time, but it's just like Phil's trying to also preserve the console and the fan base, and I just think he wasn't able to do it, you know? And we have Eclipse Dragon Gaming coming in, becoming a channel member. Eclipse Dragon Gaming, thank you so much for that. Guys, I want to see some W's in the chat for him becoming a member. He's choosing to support the channel month over month here. Please go check out your member perks, man. You gain early access to all videos. I just put out a video earlier. It's currently out there for members. Gain access to the members lounge. You gain access to Morning with the Misses, some exclusive gameplay streams. So please go check that stuff out. And thank you so much for that, man. God of War 2018 was peak Sony quality. Here's what Sony wants to figure out. Microsoft is not interested in figuring this out because Microsoft already got their answer. That when we talk about Cirque and Toto, right? I'm trying to make sure we keep the first topic relevant to everything we're discussing. This veteran industry analyst says, I think 2025 is the year where Microsoft goes all in on PS5, and they make it abundantly clear that going forward, everything's coming to PS5. You have to ask yourself, what was stopping them from doing that before? Microsoft wanted to know an answer to a question. We also wanted to know the answer to this question, and that is, if you get rid of exclusivity, are you also getting rid of your console? And Microsoft says, no, we're not getting rid of our console. Okay, if you get rid of exclusivity, then what are you getting rid of? Like, what goes out the door with it? Because something is going with it. And I think the answer is console sales for Microsoft. Anyway, Microsoft got their answer. It was like, listen, we weren't getting console sales either way. So if the biggest risk factor of us going all in with putting our games on other consoles is you're going to lose more console sales more rapidly, it's like, okay, what do you have left to lose if you're already that close to the bottom, right? That's what drove Microsoft down this road. Where they're like, we are getting closer and closer to the bottom, and there's less and less for us to lose. So let's just do it, man. Let's just go all in. Let's buy publishers and let's become one of the biggest publishers in the world and go multi-platform. Sony is in a similar position now where they have to ask the question, and it's a little bit different for Sony. The question Sony has to ask is, what could we do that could lead to our console sales going to shit and flatlining? Is there anything we could do that could potentially lead our console sales to lead them down a road where they end up being in the same position that Xbox console sales are in? That's a difficult question for Sony to answer, because the only way you find out is, well, you won't know till you try whatever it is you're thinking of trying. And that is what that right there is the question that Sony still doesn't have the answer to. We don't have the answer to. We can speculate. If I were to ask you guys right now, I will ask you guys right now, if Sony got rid of exclusivity, like kind of like what Josh said earlier, if Sony got rid of exclusivity completely, what do you think that does to PlayStation console sales? What do you think that does? I have a feeling I know what most of you are going to say. They will never make more money just publishing. They need to buy like EA, Ubisoft, and CD Projekt Red then. saying there are still tens of millions of gamers locked into the Xbox ecosystem since the 360 and who would never consider a different platform and have no interest in owning more than one console. Mm, I agree with the ecosystem comment. Not, I will say this though. I don't think that tens of millions of gamers that are engaged or tethered to the Xbox ecosystem, I don't think that's strictly through the console though. So therefore, I don't think you're going to see tens of millions of sales. I mean, honestly, dude, like, where are the Xbox Series X and S at right now? I don't even think they're at 30 million sold. Or if they are, they're not too far past it. And I don't think they're getting to 40 million. And I'm not saying there isn't value there. There is. Jagar, you're saying God of War and Ratchet and Clank only multi-generation. I think you might be right about that. Well, Gran Turismo as well. I guess the sports game, like MLB, we don't count because it's a sports game. Of course, it's going to be multi-generational. Gran Turismo, Ratchet and Clank, God of War. William, I don't think I'm going to be streaming CES because if I'm not mistaken, I would have to be up like in the middle of the night. I'm pretty sure for my time. So I'll react to it like the next day or see what Sony has to say about PlayStation at CES. Well, I think everybody has their own opinion on what they think would happen if Sony were to completely abandon exclusivity. I think a lot of people would say if you abandon exclusivity, your console is no longer going to sell. Your console sales are going to tank, and it's going to be the death of the PlayStation console. And you're basically going to be very close. You're going to be in a much similar position. You're going to be in the same boat that Microsoft is in with their console. But if you're Sony, that might not be true. That might not be true because it's like, well, how can we can assume that. But when you consider the fact that Sony, listen, people were saying that when Sony starts bringing their games to PC, people are going to stop buying the PlayStation console. That's what people were saying. A lot of PlayStation fans were saying that. A lot of people who were not PlayStation fans were speculating that and assuming that. Is that what time it's going to be? 8 p.m. Eastern? Oh, shit. Yeah, that's still pretty late, though, for me. I mean, not that I'm, like, sleeping at that time, but I don't normally stream at 8 p.m. I don't know, dude. I don't think I want to do that just because I think a lot of people might tune in thinking, oh, my God, it's a PlayStation event. And then it's like, no. PlayStation's up there for, like, 2 minutes, and they, like, give us an update on their users, like, their user numbers or whatever. But I will talk about it. I will talk about it for sure. But that's the whole thing I'm trying to get at here is like people believed that when Sony you want Sony to F around and find out. I mean, they might. They might, Mr. B. And I think they're trying to decide if that's what they want to do too. Because it has become abundantly clear that to reach the lofty ambitions that they would like to achieve, it's going to be either incredibly difficult or just not at all possible if they choose to constrict themselves to or confine themselves, I should say, to the console ecosystem as being the main focus. And that's where they're dumping like 95% of their stuff into it, just treating PC and everything else outside of PC is just maybe, probably not. I think right now it's kind of obvious that like it's going to be harder for them than they realize. We're gonna find out, dude. I mean, I feel like my speculation can only go so far because it's like at this point your guess is as good as mine, you know? Like if you think that that's indicative of they do have a pretty sticky you want to use that term. I think that's a term that Jim Ryan liked to use. If you have a user base that they'll just stick around no matter what, right? They're tethered no matter what. They're buckled in. They're not going anywhere. I think Microsoft is going to find out. I think that's what they're looking to find out with the next Xbox. I think they're curious. Like, listen, can we hit another 20, 25 million units sold while simultaneously putting everything on PlayStation? That I would love to know, because I would be shocked. I would be. Like, if Microsoft's like, yeah, we sold 25 million consoles, and this is literally like Gears is on PlayStation. We find out Halo is coming to PlayStation. Everything's coming to PlayStation. I would be shocked. I'd be like, wow, that console's not dead. Like, it's not thriving. It's a shell of what it could have been, right? But it's not dead. Because I kind of have that assumption too, right? Like, and that's why I think I think Sony's just waiting and watching, dude. But I don't think that's going to help them. Let me explain. You could maybe say, well, Sony's just watching Microsoft do this, and they're waiting to see the results. But that's not really going to help Sony, because it's like Sony is selling 70 million units of their PS5. They're going to sell 100 million. Microsoft, they like the Xbox Series console like petered out after like 2022 or like mid 2023, where their sales just went off a cliff, dude. And this was prior, by the way, this was prior to Microsoft coming out and announcing they're putting any games on PlayStation. So like something did it. You know, and I think that when Microsoft decided we're going to put some more games on PlayStation and Switch, I think that just accelerated it. But it was already happening. And so I think if you listen to what Phil Spencer had to say, I think Phil Spencer would tell you it was the Xbox One. Like, they never recovered from that. Like, that still haunted them going into the next generation. And that's I think that's a good theory. That actually could be it. That could be it. Whiskey Gaming with the $10 super chat says, digital library growth through the PS4 and PS5 era would help negate the loss. People would most likely not leave the ecosystem just because the game is suddenly on other platforms. Just keep buying on PlayStation. Yeah, and I guess that's kind of what we're describing here as well for the Xbox side, right? Of like, why would 10 to 20 million people who are on the Xbox console right now even consider moving to the next one and not somewhere else? That could be why. Because that is the one that, like, if you were to go to the PlayStation 6 knowing I'm going to get Halo, I'm going to get Gears, I'm going to get everything, what's the one thing you're not going to get? You're not getting your library of games that you spent the last 10 years potentially buying digitally. And so, yeah, I guess when we look at it from this perspective, maybe it does kind of start to come into focus, which is the idea long term is we can, and I'm just trying to view it from the perspective of Sony and Microsoft. If we get to a point over the next 5 to 8 years where exclusivity is just not a thing anymore, our games go everywhere. That's just how it is now. All games go everywhere. What is it that will keep people buying consoles? What is it that will keep people here and not going over there? Yeah, digital games, a digital games library. It's why people don't leave Steam. So it could be that this is where it was always going to end up, but we're not fully there yet. You know what I mean? I think that this is a slow pivot, a slow turn, but it's what we're witnessing. And I think that Sony would like to accelerate it. I honestly believe that. I think Sony would like to accelerate this, but I think that's the one thing that's stopping them is like, if Sony had the answer to this question, PlayStation 6 rolls around, and we say, we're done with exclusivity, but it's okay because somehow we were able to, see the future, and we were told that you're still going to sell like 80 million PS6s. maybe even 100 million. It's going to be just fine. They would in a heartbeat, dude. They'd be like, okay, we're done. Because what Sony wants to be able to do is pretty much what Microsoft would like to do, but I think Sony Sony might have a better chance. I'm not sure. It's hard to say. What Sony wants to do is they want to be able to grow their IP to where we're selling 20 million units of our games. We're everywhere. We're like, it's growing. We're raking in we're doing the big numbers now. We're raking in the big money now from our games. Money that we were not seeing previously, numbers we definitely weren't seeing previously. They want to be able to do that, but they also want to be able to say, and our console sales are going great. The PlayStation 6 is selling just as well as the PS5. They want to have their cake and they want to eat it too, and you can't blame them because truthfully, when you look at the position Sony is in, they might just be able to do it. They might just be able to do it, but it's such a you're talking about like once you take that step, there's no going back. When Sony decides they reach that point of no return, because right now Sony, believe it or not, Sony can still pull back on things. They can pull back on things if they really felt like it was getting too dangerous, too risky, and they're starting to see like, holy shit, like us putting this game on, like us putting Spider-Man 2 on PC 15 months later is actually seemingly slowed down our console sales quite a bit. They can start pulling back on it if they need to, but they're not because they're not seeing that. I'll read this to you guys now. According to Sony, there's no risk of PlayStation players making the move from the console to PC, something the company stands by despite the PlayStation 5's recently adjusted price in Japan and the controversy surrounding how expensive the newer PS5 Pro is. Speaking during a shareholders Q&A held early last month, this was a couple months ago, by the way, but I think hardly anybody reported on it. Sony confirmed as much after questions regarding PS5 exclusives and their role in preventing players from swapping from console to PC came to light. We are in the latter half of the console cycle for the PS5, and the number of PS5 titles has been increasing, explained Sony. We've also confirmed internally that the transition from users to PS4 to PS5 is trending well, so that's stuff we already knew. The company continues stating that players swap from the PS4 to PS5 has resulted in more digital transactions. In addition, we see users tending to purchase more software when they switch to the PS5, which we see as a positive, even though PS4 users are shifting to PS5. However, Sony says that it doesn't see a similar move from the PS5 to PC, nor does it feel as though any such move will potentially happen in the near future. In terms of losing users to PC, we have neither confirmed that any such trend is underway, nor do we see it as a major risk so far. So, that was Sony's official stance and response on it. They were saying that they're not seeing that happening, and they do not see it as a major risk so far. They are saying that it could become that, but they're not seeing it. And so this is exactly why, as I said, we talk about the idea of Xbox games going to PlayStation 5, but I want to warn PlayStation fans. I do. Not you guys. Like I'm talking about the people who are going to get rambunctious about it, because people are rambunctious about it, and I think they're going to get a lot more rambunctious about it when like, for example, if this year we do find out like Fable's coming to PS5 or something. I want to warn hardcore PlayStation fans that like to bust the balls of Xbox players. Like, dude, be careful, because I don't know if you know this or not, but Sony's headed in the same direction. I'm not saying that means PlayStation games are going to go on Xbox. I already explained that I do not think that's going to happen, because I don't think Sony's going to see it. I don't think the juice is going to be worth the squeeze. People need to understand that. Look at what Microsoft's doing. Microsoft had to buy a shit ton of dev kits. They have to give their devs more time and resource now to build these games for PS5. They're only doing that because they feel as though the juice is going to be worth the squeeze. On the Sony side, it seems like it's not going to be. So therefore, I don't think Sony's going to do that. But when I say Sony's headed in the same direction, I'm saying that, like, dude, it's becoming clear that Sony, I mean, let's be honest, man, like, they are also thinking beyond the console. And I think that this is just going to be, I'll put it to you this way. At the beginning of this generation, there was a tough pill to swallow for like the most hardcore PlayStation fans. And that pill was the PC pill. Yes, that's right. Sony's going to PC. Starts with one game. Starts with Horizon Zero Dawn. It continues with, don't worry, it'll be every 2 to 3 years. And we start to see the rollout of more and more and more games. Then it continues with, well, actually, for live service games, we're going to go day one. And now it continues even further where actually we're going to bring a game over after 15 months. And that's going to continue. Just like with the Switch, it starts with, oh, yeah, we'll just do a Lego game. It's just one. It always starts with one game. And this is why I'm trying to tell like these hardcore PlayStation dudes, just like I tried to explain to the hardcore Xbox guys, like this is just the way it's gonna be, man. Like these companies are thinking big picture. They're not worried about. They are worried about backlash. To be clear, they don't want mass backlash. They don't want backlash that's going to actually affect their bottom line. But they're not worried about like the radical fans that just are like, I only played on your console because you forced me to. You know what I'm saying? Like they're not worried about those fans because they're trying, dude, they're chasing. Let me put it to you this way. Why do you think Black Ops 6 is getting away with what it's getting away with? For real. Like, why do you think it's like, here's the wave of negative videos of, man, I hate that they're doing another pass. They're trying to sell me another event pass on top of the battle pass, and they're just greedy with their crazy ass microtransactions. Why do you think like they're still doing it? Why do you think they're basically ignoring the people crying about it? I'm sure most of you know the answer to that. They're ignoring it because there are tons of people not giving a shit, being like, yeah, I'll buy that. Yeah, I'll buy that crazy ass microtransaction. Yeah, I'll buy that Squid Game pass. And you know what that means? That means more money in Activision's pockets, in Microsoft's pockets. That's what that means. And you have people who are making videos, making money off of making those videos, complaining about that, saying this is wrong. You guys are ruining the game. But it's like, dude, how long have people been saying Call of Duty's dead, Call of Duty's dying? When is it going to be dead? When is it going to die? It's not, dude. Like Microsoft knows this. Activision knows this. They've known this for a long time. Like it's here to stay, dude. They've crossed a certain threshold where they have a whole new generation of players playing Call of Duty that are here to stay for like the next 10 to 15 years. And if they lose that old head, that's like, man, I ain't buying that unicorn fucking fart skin or whatever. They're like, well, that sucks, but that's okay because we got five new people here that are. So sorry to see you go, but we're following the money. This is the direction that the entire industry is headed in. For better or for worse. I'm not saying I'm totally on board with it. I think it does have its downsides. I think it does have its problems, but this is why Sony's like, dude, listen, if you want to freak out and flush your, smash your PlayStation with the sledgehammer because we're going to announce a day and date game going to PC, we're not really so sure that we wanted you in the first place. And that's a tough pill, dude. That's a tough pill if you are that hardcore fan to swallow, because it's like, that's where we're going. And that's where I just think people need to just kind of like pop the bubble now, man. Pop the bubble now and just realize that, like, dude, it's going to be okay. Like, you could still enjoy your PlayStation. You could still enjoy your console. Say, just like Xbox players are right now. Dude, I literally encounter Xbox players. Like, there's still some Xbox players that get upset when I talk about this, but I'm seeing it happen more and more where I'm encountering more and more Xbox players that are like, man, like, I'm okay. Like, I'm still playing my Xbox and enjoying it, and I really kind of don't care. And it's like, yeah, I don't blame you. Yeah, if you're going to smash your console with a sledgehammer, be sure to film it for content. We have ACM with a direct donation, $10 tip. Thank you so much for that, ACM. He says, MBG, I'm probably going to freeze to death. It's already a cold 76 today, and it's only going to be a 56 tomorrow. Bro, are we talking about Fahrenheit right now, ACM? Because that's not very cold, bro. 76 sounds amazing. 76 degrees Fahrenheit? 56 degrees Fahrenheit? A little chilly. It's a little chilly, but where are you at right now, ACM? I don't know what those temps are Celsius, though. But ACM, I do appreciate the direct donation, dude. ACM, you're saying yes, it is. Bro, where are you right now? I would love if it was 76 outside right now. Texas. Okay. All right. Well, that explains it. Yeah, you're not used to it. You're not used to it. Dude, for me, where I'm at, I would be thrilled if it was 76 degrees outside right now. If it was like 58 degrees, 56 degrees, again, that's a little chilly. But right now where I'm at, it's like 30 degrees outside, 28 degrees. It's 28 degrees. Yeah. It's very cold. 85 degrees in Mexico. 85 is when it starts to get a little, all right, starting to get kind of hot. And we have OK coming in, dropping a single membership gift. OK's kicking off the gifting today by dropping a single. Thank you for that, man. Guys, let's get some W's in the chat for OK. He's been dropping some singles for you guys. Very much appreciated. I don't know, man. I'm just saying what I'm saying because I just think that the days of, let's face it, the days of console warring, and I think maybe even to a degree, even platform warring, like, might be over. You know? I think that a lot of people, they still want to keep certain arguments and talking points that they can use as like weapons against another group. I think there are people who want to keep those alive, but I don't think there's any reason to. Like, it's just silly to me. It's getting silly. It has been silly because it's like anything a PlayStation player might say to an Xbox player, it's like you could probably clap back on that pretty easily. Like, for example, it's like, well, the whole slate's coming to PS5, baby. It's like the whole slate of PlayStation's going to PC. Like, it is. And it's just, I do think there are some differences. And I've talked about this. Like, I have said previously that I do not think that what Sony and Microsoft are doing, like, they're not doing the same thing. I should probably clarify what I meant when I said that, or like the terms, the length of time that I was speaking to. In the short term, Sony and Microsoft are not doing the same thing. Like, literally, they're not. They're doing two different things right now. But in terms of the long-term goals, like, what are your long-term goals and ambitions? They are doing the same thing. Mostly. There might be a couple of small differences here and there, but generally speaking, they're both chasing that end game, that end goal. Microsoft is just convinced that it's happening much sooner than Sony thinks, than anybody thinks. Sony is not convinced of that. That's why they're not doing the same thing. That's why you're not seeing Helldivers 2 literally everywhere. That's why you're not seeing Sony coming out and being like, you know what? Like, I don't think you're gonna see Sony come out and be like, here's Horizon Zero Dawn on the Switch 2. Could you imagine if they did that, though? It wouldn't completely shock me, but it's like, I don't think they're doing that yet because they're like, we're not there. We're not there. Like, we're still selling our consoles, dude, and it's just the time is not right. But here's what I think. And I want to say this. I think this generation with the PS5 was the beginning of Sony branching out. And I think it started with PC. As I said a few moments ago, you look at where Sony started with PC at the beginning of this gen, where it just starts with one game, that being Horizon Zero Dawn. You look at where we are now, where all of the live service games are going day and date, and Spider-Man 2, their biggest game, potentially the generation so far, 15 months, just a little over a year. It's been escalating more and more. They've been pushing the envelope more and more as each year goes by. I think starting with the PlayStation 6 generation, and my opinion on this could change. It probably will. The more we learn, the more we see. But right now, I wouldn't be surprised if the PlayStation 6 generation is the beginning of Sony making it clear that, like, guys, just exclusives are not going to be much of a thing anymore. You know, I really do think that. I think that might be, and it's going to be subtle. Like, I don't think they're going to come out and be like, guys, we're not going to have exclusives. They're not going to do it the way Microsoft is doing it. I think Microsoft, their messaging has been, I don't think it's helped them. But at least in my opinion, I don't think it has. Saying like the last generation of you can only play these games on PlayStation, you'll never see that again. Yeah, I mean, basically, yeah, I do think that. And I just think that's because Sony is going to be ready, dude. I think they are. I could be wrong. I'm speculating the next 4 to 5 years. So I could be completely wrong, but I think Sony's going to be ready to be like, guys, if you feel the need to get rid of your console or not buy our console because of that, we're okay with that. I think they might be okay with that. But I I don't know. Unless there's some kind of like twist that I'm not, and there could be some kind of twist that awaits us with Sony that we have yet to hear about. But I just think that the end goal, and I probably should state this now, the end goal for Sony with the PlayStation brand is simple. I think it's the same end goal that, frankly, any of these platform holders, even Nintendo, and I know people are not going to believe that I'm saying this, but in the long, long run, I'm talking like decades from now, this will also be the end goal of Nintendo. Truly, it will be. That end goal is, we are an ecosystem that will exist everywhere because that's just how it's going to be. Hardware will be, it will still be relevant, and it will be, I think, relatively ubiquitous as well. But if you're talking about the long-term future, dude, technology is going to take us places that people are not, they're not considering, like, they're not considering the idea of when a person wakes up and they say, I want to engage with video games, these companies, the only thing they're going to be worried about is like, how do I just make sure that when that person wakes up and wants to engage with video games throughout their day, that they are doing so with the PlayStation ecosystem? That's all that's going to matter. And if the day comes where, hardware is not really a relevant part of that conversation, I don't think that day is going to be anytime soon. But if that day does come, I think that's when, like, we might be like much older, right? We'll be like, well, I'll be old. I'll be like an old man. I'll be talking to you guys. I'll be like, you remember? You guys remember? You remember when people used to actually buy hardware? It sounds unrealistic right now, but I just can't help but kind of have this long-term view anymore. Where's the hardware going to go? I think the hardware is going to be, well, think of it this way. We could very well see a situation where hardware like there will be premium offerings for hardware, but most people are not going to buy it because it's going to be too expensive. And so there will also be cheaper hardware offerings, but they're going to be pretty shit. What I know this. Look, man, I'm just talking long term here. I know I'm getting pretty far away from the original topic of like Xbox games on PS5. If you want to know like what I think is going to be take over long term, I think it will be cloud gaming. Yeah, I do. I think eventually it's just going to get to a point where people just have controllers in their home, and all you do is it doesn't matter what as long as you have a controller and a screen. I think cloud gaming will get to a point, and because think about it, people are already getting conditioned. People are already getting conditioned, like younger generations, where it's like, you don't own shit, dude. You're just renting it. You don't own anything. This is something that more and more companies are going to continue to do and push and slowly condition new generations of, people to just get used to. And when enough years go by, we're going to reach a point where, yeah, not owning something is like, yeah, of course that's normal. Look at where music is right now, dude. Like nobody gives a shit. You know what I mean? Like nobody gives a shit. That's going to happen to games. Not tomorrow, not next generation, maybe not even the generation after that. But long term, that's what's going to happen. And that's why I'm saying, like, if people can just kind of realize this now, I'm not saying you should live as if we're 20 years in the future, because that's stupid. But just when you're looking at some of these questionable decisions that companies are making, because trust me, I've seen people get emotional over this stuff where they're getting like angry and whatnot. It's like, if you could just realize that this is where everything's headed, I just think it makes it a lot easier to just be like, oh, yeah, it's true. It's like me with physical games, dude. Like, I still buy physical games, but I know for a fact, like, dude, in the next 10 years, it's not, there will still be a market. Like, I will still be able to buy physical games. I will. It's not like there's not going to be options. It's just that the reality is, as I'm buying that physical game, probably at a premium price, everybody, like, people are probably going to be getting major discounts on buying games, digitally. Or if not major discounts, at the very least, they're just going to get them cheaper. And then the next step beyond that is you're still going to be able to buy physical games. Now people are just playing through the cloud, dude. People are just paying a monthly subscription. You just turn on your TV. You're just going through your games, and it's like, boom, I'm booting up whatever. I'm booting up GTA 7 through the fucking cloud, and it runs flawlessly. I just think that's how it's going to be, man. Will, you're saying, come back to us. Why say these things? Well, I'm not saying, listen, man, by that point, I might not even be into gaming. I don't know. We're talking like years and years down the road. And the reason why I'm even having this conversation is because it's important to understand this is how these companies are thinking, dude. They're not just thinking about the next 5 years. They're literally thinking about what is the next 30 years going to look like? How do we plan for that now? And this is where it begins. It begins by slowly. It's like at glacial speeds here, but maybe not with Microsoft. Microsoft is, I don't know. Like, don't people realize that a lot of the things that Microsoft dropped in 2013, like, have come to pass? Like, people have accepted now? Like, do people not realize that? And that's what's so funny to me is, like, that was just, that was a little over 10 years ago. People lost their fucking minds. And, like, half the stuff that they were trying to do, people are just totally cool with now. And it just goes to show that it's like, you can see you can know where things are headed. It doesn't mean people are ready for it now. It might take another 10 years. But once it happens, and then everybody's cool with it. Everybody kind of looks back and just kind of laughs like, we were really that upset about it? It's like, yeah. Like, think about this. Think about the meltdowns people had about Horizon Zero Dawn going to PC. I remember. Meltdown City, bro. Meltdown City. And it's like, who even gives a shit anymore? Nobody does. So I'm saying, man, like, you got to make sure you're gaming for the right reasons. And in my opinion, the right reason and the reason that can never be fucked with is, are you gaming because you enjoy video games? Because if so, you're bulletproof. You'll never have to worry about dealing with any bullshit as long as you know why you're here gaming. If it's to have a good time and get something enjoyable or meaningful out of it, you're good. All the other details, I delve into the details. You guys delve into the details. That's fine. But we can't ever lose sight of, like, why is it that why are we here in the first place? Why are we even talking about this? Because if there's something that I've grown to accept is that there could be a time where things change so dramatically in games that I'm like, I don't game anymore. Maybe I just stick to retro. You know, that'll be a thing where, like, eventually the PS4 and the PS5 will be retro. And that could be me. But I don't know, man. The way I am right now, where it's like I'm always looking forward to the next big thing and, like, seeing, like, where, like, right now that's GTA 6. It's like if in the long-term future, and I can say GTA 7 because GTA 7 will probably come out like 20 years from now. It's like we're finally ready to show you GTA 7, and it's only in the cloud. You can't buy it. You know, you can. It's just a cloud game. I'm still going to be interested in that. I won't. You know, I'll be saddened by, like, man, what happened? How did we get to this point? But I would still be like, I want to know what they're like. What are they doing with this? You know, what's GTA 7 really going to be like, cloud or not? That's just kind of, I think the truth of it for me. All right, boss. All right, I know. You want physical media to continue? I think physical media will continue for a long, long, long time. Actually, I don't even think it'll ever go away fully. Because, I did reference music, and like the way people consume music, and they're just like, yeah, I just subscribe to Spotify and I just listen to what I want when I want. And who the hell gives a shit about ownership? Who gives a shit about vinyl or CDs? There are definitely people who give a shit, at least about vinyl. And I think that's what's going to happen in gaming, where it's like 95% of people or 90% of people are just going to be like, this is what we do. And it's like, yeah, this is the future, man. But I think there's always going to be a large enough percentage of people that are like, and even new generations of people where it's like, we do care about physical. And I think that'll be enough to keep it alive. You guys do know that the stores are telling you they're going to stop physical. Yeah, I mean, that's where it's like, I do start to question, like, that's where things are getting a bit spooky, where it's like, okay, this is happening quite fast. Bro, you don't even own your own land nowadays. Yeah. You'll own nothing. Sorry, Jagar, I forgot to read your super chat here. You're saying Sony only gets a 30% cut from each game sold on PlayStation. That's true, but I wouldn't underestimate that 30%, dude. Keep in mind, Sony's getting 30% from doing nothing but just having the storefront. From basically doing nothing. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry about that. There was a direct donation I forgot to read. I got so caught up in my own. Vanino with a $5 direct donation. Thank you, buddy. You're saying the issue this console, um, I think you meant to say this console generation they're selling just to free-to-play gamers. A lot of players are upgrading from the PS4. They are not new players. That's the issue, too. Yeah, the free-to-play forever games, man. Yeah, that's a huge part of the conversation as well. Sony wants those. Sony wants a free-to-play forever game. They absolutely do. Bro. We talked about this, boss. Stop it. Stop it. This cat, man. You'd be good. Physical forever. Well, I'm not sure if this is the direction you guys were expecting this topic to go in, but I thought it was pretty I thought it was good for the topic to go in this direction, because if there's one thing that I hope to see a lot less of, truthfully, on the channel and just in general, just make yourself comfortable, man. That's fine. That's fine. Just why don't you just lay down? Why don't you? Okay. If there's one thing, I'm sorry to make you guys angry, Gaming Survivor. If there's one thing that I hope to see less of on the channel, but also just in general, something tells me we won't, is people using Microsoft's games coming to PlayStation 5 as a weapon. Because I'll be honest, man, like, I have no interest in doing that. I have no interest in doing that, because the only reason I could see somebody wanting to use that as a weapon is, well, I don't know. It doesn't have much to do with gaming, I guess. I feel like if you are on PlayStation and you find out you're getting more games that you otherwise wouldn't have gotten, the only thing I think that can be extracted from that at worst is, okay, hold on. Boss, you're being too much. At worst, I think it's, oh, that's cool. More games. Don't know that I'm interested in them. I don't even know if I like any of them. But that's cool. It's always cool to have more games on the store to choose from, or the platform. That's at worst. At best, it's, wow, I get to play some games I was looking forward to on my preferred console or platform that I otherwise thought I would never be able to. That's, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not interested in the whole idea of, like, LOL. Check out how upset this this small vocal group of people are because I get to play their game on my console. It's like, I don't know, man. I've just gotten to a point where it's like, are we not beyond this now? Like, how are we not beyond this now? Will, a member for 17 months. Thank you for the support, man. You're saying MBG, then they will put data caps on streaming games. Yeah, I know. I'm not saying I'm looking forward to it, bro. You're absolutely right. We're going to have a limit. Maybe not, though. Maybe not. Not only for the single player games. Boss, come here. Bro. Do you want some treats? I'll give you a couple. You just leave me alone. You know he's starting to annoy me when I'm like, I'll just give you the treats, man. Just please leave me alone. I wouldn't mind having him on my chair with me here if he just sat still and relaxed and didn't try to constantly chew my microphone. I should do a big board, and we should all do pros and cons of PlayStation and Xbox, like a versus thing, like a really detailed one. It sounds interesting. It sounds like an interesting idea, like a whiteboard. I feel like I would lose. I don't know, man. I feel like I would lose my mind, though. I feel like I practically do lose my mind every time I have these conversations. Okay, with the $2 super chat says, as Hemingway wrote, gradually, then suddenly. Gradually, then suddenly. Well, I don't know, man. I feel like the console wars, they're truly dead. And I feel like even when we talk about platform wars, I feel like the platform wars are getting really uninteresting because all these platforms are kind of doing the same thing or very, very similar things. So it's like, it kind of doesn't really matter where you go. They're all kind of offering very similar things. Zombie Dragon comes in and drops another gift for you guys. So I actually have to add 2 to the counter. Let's get some W's in the chat for Zombie Dragon. Thank you so much for that, man. We're actually at 118. I'm gonna update that now. Just give me one moment. Okay. Hopefully that worked. All right. Consoles died with Don Matrick. Damn, bro. Yeah. Yeah, Don Matrick was the one who did it. He ended it. Out with the traditional console generation. But I don't know. I have a general sense of optimism, truthfully. I do think that there are still going to be people who, again, they just want to constantly weaponize everything. I don't think, to be clear, I do think that Microsoft is probably going to be deserving of some criticism, and Xbox will be deserving of some criticism, but so will PlayStation. And I just think we've reached this point where, in terms of evaluating these brands and these consoles and these platform holders and the way that we were going into this generation, I just think you can't anymore. I just don't think you can't. You can. Saying the DRM thing was overblown. Well, circling all the way back around, when it comes to 2025 and Microsoft, I do anticipate that this will be a big year for them in terms of announcing games coming to PlayStation 5. And honestly, I'm looking forward to it, man, because I think they've already made it clear that a lot of the games that people would have liked to play on PS5, like Doom and Indiana Jones, like they're coming, but I think more are going to get confirmed. And I don't think it's going to be seen as a bad thing, man. I don't. I don't think every game is going to be a banger. I don't think that either. Microsoft is going to have so many games, like just sheer volume. Some of them are probably not going to land, but I think some of them have a really good chance of landing, and some of them have definitely piqued my interest, and I'm looking forward to it. I imagine the conversation is only going to get more and more interesting in this regard, and at the same time, it's going to be really interesting to see what Sony chooses to do, what announcements they may have to make. But I do want to talk about this new PlayStation rumor. So, guys, we're going to move on. But I do have, let me see, Hanzo here, member for 60 months. He says, shout out to the OGs, Exley's and Narcand, Waved Max. You couldn't just say fishy. Queefs and Sir Speaks a Lot. Plus, shout out to the community new and old here. One love, you beautiful gamers. Physical. Well, thank you, Hanzo, for not only being a member for 60 months, but for shouting out some old and new community members, man. Yeah, we've had some awesome people. We still do have awesome people. But all right, Luna. All right, my God. My God. That's it. You got to go on a diet. That's it. All right, we're gonna move to the next topic of discussion, guys. But before we do, I want to ask you to please hit that like button. Okay, hit that like button. We're sitting at 184 likes. Let's see if we can bump that up to 200, maybe 225. I think we can do it. I'd really appreciate that. The next topic talks about a new rumor that I actually think sounds great. And this is something that I think a lot of PlayStation players are going to be really happy to hear about. So recently, Herman Hulst basically said that we're always looking into our old IP and our classic IP and seeing what we can do with it, evaluating opportunities. Now we have a rumor coming from an insider that's claiming they apparently have already gotten on this. Like they're already making some new PS5 games that are going to be like classic deep cut IP. And so let me go over it here. Says it's been freshly claimed that Sony is currently working to bring back some of PlayStation's dormant first party game franchises. This comes from VGC's Andy Robinson, speaking on the outlet's latest podcast episode. As the conversation turns to Sony's recent statement about considering supporting or considering opportunities to revive old IPs, Robinson says that the company is developing some of these right now. Commenting on the possibility of PlayStation delving into its long list of old IPs, he says he knows of at least a couple of games that they're working on, describing them as deep cut old IP stuff. He adds that they will likely be smaller scale titles to fill out the platform holders' slate of first party releases going forward. Now, this is something that I think people are going to be really excited to hear about because I think Sony got the message, dude. I think Herman Hulst got the message. I think that people have been crying out for Sony to do more with some of their classic games for a long time. And I think that something big changed in the last year and a half or so. I think that during the rule of Jim Ryan, Jim, I don't think had any interest in greenlighting anything like this. I don't think he had any interest in going back into their dormant IP, making smaller AA games. I think Jim was AAA games, live service games. This is the future of PlayStation. And I think a lot of people saw that as a major weakness of Jim Ryan as the CEO of PlayStation, thinking that it was a bit short-sighted to just kind of have that singular vision and not really take into account like your rich history of IP that you could do a lot more with. Now, I think that it's worth remembering Herman Hulst was just appointed the CEO of PlayStation and specifically the creative side of PlayStation, about a half a year ago. So he hasn't had a ton of time. It's been not even a full 9 months. So you have to imagine that there was a certain period of time where Herman had to start spooling new things up. You're the guy in charge now. You have more liberties that you could take now. You can make decisions that you previously were not allowed to make or did not have control over when Jim Ryan was your boss. Now you can do that. You have that freedom. I do wonder if this is something that we are going to see made clear in the next year or 2 years, where the Herman Hulst era of being PlayStation CEO for everything outside of the hardware stuff is, yeah, we're going to start reviving some dormant IP. And the thing I love the most about this, by the way, and I don't know if you guys feel the same, but the part where he specifically says, the insider from VGC, the part where he specifically says that these games are going to be a little bit smaller in scale, sounds like they're going to be AA games, which is, again, what people were asking for. And they're meant to kind of round out, I guess, if you imagine like a year of PlayStation exclusives from PlayStation Studios, you have your big hit titles like, in the future, you're going to have Intergalactic, Wolverine, but you're going to have two other titles, like maybe like a new Resistance or a new Ape Escape or something like that, new Jack and Dax or something. And it might not be made from the first party studio that originally handled that franchise, but it'll be made nonetheless. And these games are going to be like 50 or $60, and they're not going to be, again, like these massive tentpole titles that are meant to sell 10 plus millions of copies. I think that Astrobot is the beginning, dude. I think Astrobot is the beginning of Sony making it clear that like this can work for us. And Astrobot is not a dormant IP, obviously, but I really think that this is some good news, and I think that this is something that a lot of PlayStation fans want to be true. And this source, by the way, Andy Robinson, has been pretty good in the past. I don't recall them really getting anything wrong. They don't really reveal too much that often, but they've proven to be a reliable source. So saying really Ape Escape, please make something else first. I know I just threw that out there. I mean, they're saying dormant deep cut IP. Dormant deep cut IP, man. So I mean, that could be a lot of different things. Like, I don't know that I consider Killzone a deep cut, you know? Okay, you're saying hopefully God of War 2018 style reimagining of classic IP. I mean, kind of half of that. Like, I don't think they're gonna have the budgets or the production values, but the idea of like reimagining some of this IP or rebooting it, I could see that. Yeah, I definitely could see that. Hold on one sec. Sorry about that. Luna can never decide if she wants to stay in here or go. Yo, are you guys looking at Boss right now? Look at him, bro. Look at Boss. Parasite Eve. Siphon Filter. I mean, I think these would be considered deep cuts, yeah. But I want to ask you guys, like, how excited does this notion or this rumor, I should say, how excited does it make you? Because I mean, I'm not like, this is like a 50-50 thing for me where I'm excited in that they're actually listening, like they're doing it, like they are reviving some dormant IP and they're actually doing what the fans have been asking. I'm just a little nervous that they might end up reviving some IPs or games that I'm actually not at all interested in, or at least not nearly as interested in as other people might be. What do I mean by deep cut? I mean, deep cut usually means something kind of obscure, which is interesting. And that's what makes me maybe a little bit nervous because it's like for example, when I ask you to think of a couple of classic PlayStation IP, the first 3 or 4 that you rattle off, they would probably not be considered deep cuts. So like when people are like Jack and Daxter, SOCOM, Killzone, Sly Cooper, like I don't think any of those are considered deep cuts. Ridge Racer, maybe. And that's the part that this is the part that makes me a little bit nervous. You thought deep cut meant emotional. No, deep cut means kind of obscure. Jumping Flash, oh my god. I mean, now that's a deep cut. Siren, I think, would be a deep cut, yeah. But then again, we do have to keep in mind that uh this is a rumor from an insider, and so when he says deep cuts, it's what he considers deep cuts. So I don't know much about Andy Robinson. I don't know. Yeah, actually, that's even better. Yeah, what does Herman Hulst consider a deep cut for PlayStation? Wipeout. I mean, there's a lot of PlayStation IP, man. There's stuff I don't even know about. Wild Arms, Pandemonium, Patapon. I mean, I don't want to like get overly excited for this rumor just because it could end up being like this could end up being some really small scale stuff. Yeah, that MBG, it can't be that obscure or else it won't sell. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, is there a chance that Sly Cooper is viewed as a kind of maybe deep cut was just not the right term to use? Because I did hear somebody say recently that the best selling PlayStation Classic was like one of the Sly Cooper games. And I'm like, dude, that could have been maybe that's why Sony's like, yo, we should do something with Sly Cooper. And to be clear, I don't know that it's going to be PlayStation Studios making these games. They might be licensed. So we could see like partner studios potentially. And again, when we covered Herman Hulst's interview and we read what he was saying, that's kind of what I picked up on. I'm like, he's saying we're looking for opportunities to revive classic IP or older IP, or not revive, but to do something with them. And then he followed up by talking about how they've always had very strong partnerships with external studios and second parties and whatnot. And so I think what he was basically trying to say is we are making some games with other studios with older IP. Parappa the Rappa. Yeah, like that's what I mean, dude. I feel like there's a certain line here where, I mean, dude, if they're like, here's a new Parappa the Rapper, I mean, how many copies are you expecting to sell of that, man? I'm just going to be real. You know, I don't, I mean, if we're talking about a reimagining, a reboot of some kind, is Freedom Wars considered a deep cut? I think so. Actually, yeah. See Jonathan saying hardware will always be relevant. Yo, what's up, Corey? A Toys for Bob developed Jack and Daxter trilogy remade like Crash Bandicoot. Now, dude, I think that would be... I mean, if Sony wants to make money, yeah. It's like they're talking about the Order 1886. I'd love that. I'd love that. And the Order 1886, you want to make a sequel? Sure. But it's interesting too, because that would be considered a dormant IP, wouldn't it? I mean, I feel like when people think of dormant IP, when they think of classic IP, you know, or old IP, I do think people tend to think like way back, but I mean, something like Warhawk maybe. But I guess the Order 1886 would now fall into that category of like, yeah, dude, that's a dormant IP. I mean, would Bloodborne be considered a dormant IP at this point? What's the max number of years that you can reach? And Corey the Legend Landiga coming in, dropping the 20 bomb on you guys. Corey joining and already doing a heavy lift, bro. I want to see some W's in the chat for Corey dropping the 20.
Holy shit. Boast, do you read me? It's time to feed the beast.
We're gonna give Boss some treats. I know that's why Corey's here, bro. He's like, listen, MBG, I love hearing you talk about games sometimes, but we gotta feed Boss. I did give him some treats a little bit ago. But Corey's making sure he's staying well fed, and he drops another 5 bomb. Corey's going for the full 25, bro. 25 members gifted. Corey, thank you so much, man. Boss, can you let me... All right, I had to give him a little bit less because he had some I might want to go. But good stuff, man. And my YouTube studio crashed. I'm going to add that to the counter in just a moment. By the way, if you are somebody who just received a membership gift, you now have access to all of the member content, the members exclusive content, and we've been doing a lot. Okay? We've been getting a lot of people tuning in to the recent members lounges as well as the morning with the misses. So please go check that out. Stay a while, hopefully. Saying, come on, man, keep Boss healthy. If it makes you feel any better, I've been reducing his normal food just a little bit. Just so, you know, I'm trying not to give him as many calories. And I'm gonna have to get the laser out. But, you know, I might have to start giving him some catnip instead. That's another thing, an alternative. All right, so let me just add this to the goal. We're at 28 members on the day, by the way, guys. See if we could keep that going. All right, so I wanted to ask you guys this question because I feel like Herman Holst has been getting a lot of crap, which is understandable. I'm not saying he doesn't deserve some of it. I mean, Herman Holst got a lot of crap for the whole Concord situation. But a lot of people, because of that, were like, I don't know, man, Concord, or not Concord, Herman Holst doesn't seem like the right guy for the job. It seems like he's gonna ruin things. Well, I wanted to ask you if we find out that this rumor is true, that Herman actually greenlit multiple like classic PlayStation IPs to be revived and to come back, how does that change your view? Like, does that change your view of Herman Holst at all? Do you feel like a renewed confidence and like, you know what, maybe he is the guy for the job? Maybe we misjudged Herman. Because I got to be honest, I feel like if we find that out, like, yeah, Herman's the one that kind of, this was his initiative, that would earn respect from me, where I'd be like, you know what? Maybe he does actually know what's going on. Like, he is paying attention to the fans, and, you know, he's not going to get everything right, but he's definitely doing some of the things that, or do you think it's just one of these things where it wasn't so much about the fans, but just about like, yeah, kind of like you see what Sega's doing maybe, or Capcom. They've been, especially, I know Capcom's been reviving a lot of older IP, and they've been kind of seeing the success, or maybe a combination of both. Fire Herman Holst. It would make you much happier. Yeah, you're saying no, he pressed too hard to make Concord for me to like him. Saying they should have been doing that already. Corey says, LOL for the boss. The boss is happy today, man. I'll tell you that. Boss's day has been made, that's for sure. Boss, you're looking like a monster, bro. You are looking like an absolute monster. All right, here. I'm going to have to give you some catnip. Why are you coming over here, bro? I don't got no more treats. Boss in 4K. Sorry, I don't know why I did that. I felt like I wanted to see Boss in 4K, man. He's like getting all annoyed though. He's like, please just put me down. You came over here, man. What do you expect? Hanzo says, wait, member goal reward, play Sekiro? Yep. It's a large goal, but it's for the whole month. All right? It's for the whole month of January. If we hit that member goal, there'll be a celebratory stream. It'll be a long stream of me and Mrs. MBG. I mean, I don't know if she'll try to play it, but I'll be playing it. I will play Sekiro. Not trying to beat it, but seeing how far I can get, putting myself through torture. You still get a weekly morning with the missus, by the way, if you're a member. That's not goal-driven. Hopefully that will never have to be goal-driven. We have a Zombie Dragon dropping a $20 super chat here. Thank you for that, buddy. Very much appreciated. Says, I think it's too early to say if he's the right person for the job because, yes, he has made some bad decisions, but if you thought they were good at the time and did truly believe in them, I'm not going to fall for that. Yeah, I mean, I do think that the report about how much he believed in Concord really hurt his reputation a lot. But at the same time, I think it's easy to overlook anything good that he might have done for the last 5 or 6 years. For real says, how can I receive a membership? Click the membership icons that Corey Landiga gifted at the top of the chat and make sure you're opted in to receive a membership gift. You have to make sure you have it turned on, so you give yourself a chance to receive one. Or you can just become a member. But if you're trying to get a membership gift, you have to make sure you opt in for it. I do feel like Herman Hulst's reputation got pretty wrecked in the second half of, uh, you know, well, no, I don't know. It's a tough one though, right? Because it's like, dude, he was also the head of PlayStation Studios since 2019. So it's like he's responsible for greenlighting Astrobot. He's responsible for, well, at least you would assume, right? You would assume he's responsible. Yeah, he has to be responsible for greenlighting Astrobot because Astrobot didn't come out until the launch of the PS5, and he was already the head of PlayStation Studios back in 2019. I don't know, though. We will see, man. We will see. We have games like Ghost of Yotei coming up. We have games like Intergalactic coming up. And what's interesting about these games is these games were greenlit by Herman specifically. So, people who have a problem with Ghost of Yotei's character, not being Jin Sakai, it being a new character, it being a female, if that game were to fail, which I don't think it will, but if it were, it's like that. Yeah, that would be on. No, I keep wanting to call Herman Hulst Concord, like that's his name, Concord Hulst. But if Intergalactic flops, which I don't think it will, I don't think either of these games are going to flop. But if they were to do noticeably worse, that's going to put pressure on Herman, where it's like, bro, you gave the green light for these games. It's not even on Jim anymore, That's his name now, Concord Hulst. Herman Concord. Damn, dude. You're going to judge him after this gen? But yeah, I do agree with what Zombie Dragon said here with his super chat. I think it's too early to tell. I think that we need to see how the rest of the generation plays out. I think the biggest, the most important moment for Herman Hulst, to be clear, the single most important moment for Herman Hulst will be during the launch of the PlayStation 6 or when it's officially revealed, because he's responsible for the lineup. He's I think Herman Hulst did have some say in the PS5 lineup, but he became the head of PlayStation Studios just 1 year prior to the launch of the PS5. This time with the PlayStation 6, that's all him and Hideaki Nishino. So I think we're going to have to see how the remainder of this generation plays out, and we're also going to have to see specifically what things are looking like at the launch of the PlayStation 6, because I think Herman, it's just hard to tell, man, because it's like the games we see, like Returnal, like, was that Herman Hulst? Probably not, because Returnal was in development for 5 years, so that was probably Sean Layden. So that's why I'm saying, it's going to take basically the remainder of this generation and the beginning of the PlayStation 6 generation to really fully know, all right, what does Herman Hulst PlayStation Studios look like? We got Con Hulsted. Concord O. Holst. I like the O in there. Concord O. Holst. You think, Garrett, you're saying Herman Holst is going to be a great CEO. We finally get an actual dev as a leader. He has done a great job other than Concord. Give him a chance. Well, yeah, that's something that I do think we overlook a little bit is you're right. He is a developer. He has a history of, rising through the ranks in development to become a director, to then become the head of PlayStation Studios, to now becoming the CEO of everything creative underneath PlayStation and or game wise. And so I think sometimes I do overlook that, or sometimes we can overlook that. And I think that there is definitely something to be said, because I would much rather have somebody who does have that experience leading the charge than somebody who doesn't. It clearly means they can make mistakes, very bad mistakes. But like, I do think Herman Hulse is probably the reason we're getting Fizzant, Like, I think he's somebody who probably pushed for that. I see Jonathan saying, thanks for the gifted membership, boss man. Imagine Neil Druckmann as PlayStation CEO. I'd rather not. Just because I wouldn't be able to partake in the online commentary at that point. It would get too crazy, too out of hand. What's the first game I'm going to get in 2025? You're talking about like a new game purchase? Actually, I'm not sure yet. I don't know. I'll let you know when I buy one. I'm sure there's something looming. I got to look over a list. I got to look over my list and see what games are coming out in I feel like for the first 3 months of this year, what's weird is like people are really excited about February. There's a lot of hype for February because there's a ton of games coming out, but like I don't know that there's much I'm excited for in February. Like, I know Assassin's Creed is coming out, but I'm not excited. Like, I've never been into Assassin's Creed, truthfully. Space Marines 2, that is a game that, yeah, I wanted to play and fell off on. I'll be honest, I'm not saying this would stop me from playing Space Marines 2. It wouldn't. Like, if I can't get a platinum trophy for a game, I'll still play it. But it's just when I approach a new game, I do it with the mentality of like, I would like to platinum it. And I heard that getting a platinum in that game is really hard. Like, really, really hard. But I would like to play Space Marine 2. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Yeah, see, that's what's weird, man. It's like people are super hyped for it, but I know Avowed's coming out. I'm not playing Avowed. This is what's weird for me. Monster Hunter is, I'm 50-50 on that. It does look good. I did play the beta for a little bit. It's really fun, but man, it's such a, I have to be in the right mindset for that game. And I have to see where I'm at, mentally speaking. I don't know if I'm going to have the capacity to really get deep into a Monster Hunter game when it comes out, but I might. Yeah, I that's exactly what I was thinking. I think I'm still going to be playing Cyberpunk in February, man. There's a chance Cyberpunk's going to be my February game. Doom, I would like to play Doom. I just don't know when it's coming out. Like a Dragon, Kingdom Come 2, Monster Hunter Wilds. Yeah, Like a Dragon, I never got into the... That's another game series that people have been begging me to... Not begging me, but really heavily suggesting I play. And I got to say, there's been so many games in the Yakuza series that have come out that it's like, I don't think I'm going to touch it. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't think they're standalone games. I think there's like a continuous story or like continuous characters that show up, and I just don't think I feel like I'm left behind. I'm too far gone, I did hear they're really addicting though. Yeah, I did play Alan Wake 2. I did play that and beat it. I didn't play the DLC though. Whiskey Gaming, a member for 46 months at Play Has No Limits Plus. Whiskey Gaming, thank you so much for the long. Dude, I just realized yeah, man, you're getting close. 46 months, you're getting close, dude. I see some of you guys with these milestone chats where you are. It's still got some time, but you're getting closer and closer to that 5-year badge, man. I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to seeing more people at those final badges. But you're saying here, to play devil's advocate, what if Concord was Hulst's baby because Jim Ryan was pushing so much that he felt like he had to make it successful? Jim Ryan signed off on the acquisition and additional funding, more pressure on Hulst. Well, I feel like that's what's difficult to determine, right? How much of the blame goes where? I think sometimes we do kind of overlook, and I've been guilty of this, kind of overlook the fact that at the end of the day, the buck does stop with Jim Ryan, where Jim Ryan had final say on everything. And Jim Ryan could have been the one to be like, no, I don't think this is and Connie Booth as well, by the way. Yeah, Connie Booth, she got fired and this is why I think Jim Ryan was basically asked to step down, or he was suggested, like, Jim, it might be time to go. Because Connie Booth also got like abruptly fired, and Connie Booth was like PlayStation's biggest producer for 30 years. Angie Smets has her place now. She's also from Guerrilla Games. So very interesting to think, like, Angie Smets, she's the head producer of PlayStation Studios. She's from Guerrilla. And Herman Holst, he's also from Guerrilla. He's the CEO of PlayStation Studios. But yeah, there's no denying that like a certain level of blame was probably placed on Connie Booth. I find it interesting that after everything that has occurred, like, Herman got out unscathed. And this tells me that maybe there was something going on behind the scenes where, like, the amount of pressure that was put on Herman's shoulders, where it's like, so we're going to do 12 live service games. Herman, you got this, right? And yeah, Herman, who knows? Maybe he was kind of pressed, man. Maybe this is why he had to go on so many vacations, because he's being like pressed so hard. It's like 12 live service games, you know? I mean, I highly doubt the wrong people would get fired, because if you think about it, and this is what's fascinating to me, let's assume Jim Ryan was asked to step down. You know, CEOs don't really get fired, right? It's like he was asked to step down, and like, your time's done, Jim. You would think next in line is Herman Holst. Herman Holst would be the next to go, because he's like his right-hand man there as the head of PlayStation Studios. But instead, it was actually Connie Booth. Connie Booth was below Herman Holst in the hierarchy. Still very high up, but Herman Holst was, you know, above her in ranking. So I find it kind of interesting and maybe telling that, oh man, I feel like something is making my eyes itch like crazy. I'm sorry. Something in here I'm like allergic to. It's making my eyes itch like crazy. I feel like it might be Boss, dude. But that doesn't make any sense because I've had Boss for a long time. But that's what's interesting to me, is like Connie Booth was just like, you're out after 30 plus years. Jim Ryan retired after 30 plus years. And Herman Holst, he's just like, I guess I'll be the new CEO now. I feel like they wouldn't have gotten rid of the wrong people, because that would be, you know, the biggest mistake. I think one day we'll find out, Whiskey Gaming. One day. You think Herman Holst, the CEO, was a huge mistake? He was the architect of the Concord disaster. My God, dude, the architect of the Concorde disaster. I don't know why that just sounds so funny when it's stated that way. Well, keep in mind, we have to see Sony Ben's game. We have to see Blue Point's game. We have to see Housemarque's game. We have to see what Media Molecule ends up cooking up because they're making a new IP. We have to see who else is there. I know there are other studios I'm just not really thinking of. We have to see Santa Monica's new IP. We have to see there's still more to see. And I think like once the full picture's revealed, we'll have a much better idea of like how worried or not worried we should be of Herman Holst. But I am feeling more confident about Herman Holst with this rumor, the rumor that we're greenlighting some, we're developing some classic IP. I think Ghost of Yotei looks great. I think Intergalactic. I'm much more excited for Ghost of Yotei than I am Intergalactic, but I am hopeful for Intergalactic. Like I'm expecting Naughty Dog to hopefully show some awesome stuff of that game in the next year or so. I'm very hopeful for Wolverine. I'm very hopeful for Death Stranding 2. And so the truth is, like, there's only one game as of right now that I'm extremely concerned about. There's only one, I mean, like, really concerned about. That's Fair Games. And that was also Herman. And so what we might end up learning about Herman Holst is that he might be really terrible at identifying live service, like what will be successful live service games versus what will not be. That might be his, like it might be revealed through Concord and Fair Games because those were his, as well as Jim Ryan's, but he was the one probably tasked with going and seeking out the talent and seeing these games and trying to determine if they actually have any, potential. Because when I look at the single player titles, I mean, I'm not really feeling worried. I know some people are like still losing their minds over Intergalactic and stuff, but it's like generally speaking, dude, I think their single player games look pretty good, or at the very least, like they're going to be good, right? I didn't see anything that makes me go, oh my God, this is going to be a fucking disaster. Like I don't know why anybody would think that about any of the single player games that they have lined up. Like the closest thing I could see people saying to that is they see early footage of Wolverine and they think, oh man, this game looks like it's going to suck. Like, dude, you're seeing literal development footage. Games look like shit when they're being developed. They just do, If you don't believe me, go look at early development footage of Uncharted 4 and God of War 2018. They look terrible. But I think Fair Games, truthfully, going into 2025, based off of the games we know about, that's the only game that, to me, is a potential red flag. I think Marathon will be fine. I think Marathon is not going to be a big hit. I don't think it's going to be a big success. But it's Bungie, dude. Like, I'm pretty sure Bungie is going to be fine with their next game. It might not be a game that they can support for the next 5 years. It may be a shorter-lived live service game. But you think Jim Ryan was an agent from Microsoft? Considering Jim Ryan worked at Sony for like 30 years, I mean, that'd be a hell of a plant, man. With Concord's reported budget, we could have had 2 to 3 great games with a smaller budget. Well, I want to point this out, right? Oh, by the way, I'm not really worried about the Horizon multiplayer game either. I do think the Horizon multiplayer game could fail, but I'm not worried about it on the level of like, if that game were to fail, I don't think it would be a disaster. I think it would find a small audience, but I think that would be the problem. Is like, we didn't build this game to sustain a small audience. We kind of built it getting a pretty big audience in mind, or that was our mindset. And I think that is what could doom it in the long run of like, we can't really keep this thing going because it only has a very small audience. but I don't think it's going to suffer like the fate of nobody wants to play this Horizon live service. Like nobody's playing it. It's just a total failure. I don't think that's what's going to happen. I could see that happening to Fair Games. I could see that happening to Fair Games. And I'm not trying to be unfair to it, no pun intended, but I just I don't know, man. They got to pull something crazy off with that game to get people interested. Because right now, I think 98% of PlayStation players don't even remember what Fair Games even is. I think most people don't even remember. And so I think that it kind of works to their benefit where I think, believe it or not, I think there's a chance to re-reveal Fair Games and just kind of brush that last reveal under the rug. And if you made some good changes and you actually have some great gameplay, let that be the star of the show. But we don't know yet. You know, we have to wait and see when they're going to show more of that off. But yeah, man, I think that I was going to say like Sony has reiterated during their last earnings report that they're continuing with live service, like they're not giving up on it, like they're going to continue to pursue it. This is what Herman Hulst said. Actually, it wasn't an earnings, it was an interview. Herman Hulst talked about it. My question is, beyond Fair Games, beyond Marathon, beyond the Horizon multiplayer game, and beyond Sony Bend. So these are 4 live service games we know of. Sony Bend, Marathon, Fair Games, Horizon multiplayer, Horizon Online. What else could they conceivably have planned beyond that? Or do they not have anything planned beyond that? Do you think that maybe they've determined that if we release all 4 of these games over the next 3 to 4 years and they all fail, that they're basically going to maybe then they're going to give up on live service? I don't think they ever will, but that would be a lot of failure, man. That would be a lot of failure. And I could see if you have that much failure on your hands, you might just need to walk away for a long time. But we will see, man. I do still have my concerns about Herman Hulst, but generally speaking, I'm excited for pretty much everything PlayStation has coming except for Fair Games. Or at least I have an interest in everything that's coming except for Fair Games. And who knows, maybe Fair Games will win me over, but I doubt it. Twisted Metal was the one live service you wanted and they canceled it. I do wonder if they're going to try to do something else with it instead. Maybe that's one of the deep cut IPs that they would consider like bringing back. Maybe a single player though, or maybe not like a full live service, but just like a traditional multiplayer. You know, I could see them doing that. MBG, were you expecting Intergalactic to look as good as Hellblade or even better? I would say to look about as good. I would hope. Yeah. I mean, the art style's so different though, but it's hard for me to really judge the graphical fidelity of Intergalactic right now, only because we need to know if this game is going to be open world or not. If this is a full open world game and not a linear game, I'm not expecting it to be on that level graphically because I feel like that's just not conceivable. If it's going to be a linear game, though, I would expect the most cutting edge graphics. Yeah, because Naughty Dog is known for that. Oh my God, what the hell is wrong with my eye? You should bring back like Mag or Warhawk as a game as a service. I mean, yeah, I don't think Mag would ever come back. Warhawk, I don't know. I feel like Warhawk would need a major overhaul as well. I think the thing is too, though, like one of the difficult things that Herman Hulst probably has to do is when you're looking over all the IP, you not only have to consider like which IPs, which classic or dormant IPs would people really be excited about, but more importantly, like who's going to make it? You can't just give SOCOM to like, a studio that's has zero experience making a shooter. You can't do that. Just like you can't give Sly Cooper to a studio whose only experience is making a shooter. You got to find the right studio to make these games and hopefully do these games justice. And so that's probably difficult. Oh man. I may have to like go rinse my eye out. I'm not sure. It's really driving me nuts. Saying if Horizon multiplayer looks like Fortnite, it's going to be a pass for you. I'm telling you, man, that would be. I think that would be such a mistake. If they actually go the route of like we're making it stylized, it's like, dude, the the art direction and the graphical fidelity of Horizon is such a big aspect of it. I think so many people would be so turned off. Like, I'll put it to you this way. If when we see this Horizon multiplayer game revealed, if it actually looks like a Genshin Impact type style or like a Fortnite style, I'm not saying that would make the game bad. I'm just saying I think that's what you're going to see everybody talking about. You know what I mean? Like, I think everybody's just they're not going to be focused on how the game actually looks to play. I think they're going to be focused on like, dude, this looks like every other game style now. Because if you think about it, Horizon has one of the more unique styles in terms of, I would say, art direction and graphics. And for them to kind of like push that to the side in favor of like, but we got to do what these guys are doing. That I think would suck. I think that would suck. And I think people would immediately be turned off by that. Man, I'm telling you, it's boss's cat hair, bro. I don't know. Something's making me itchy. Doesn't Sony have 2 Horizon multiplayer games in development? Apparently they do. Apparently they do. Yeah. So when they're going to reveal either one of them is anybody's guess. I'm assuming we're going to get a reveal for at least one of them this year. Horizon Forbidden West is the best looking game of all time to you. So if they make you're saying if they make cartoonish slop, it's an instant no for me. I mean, I would still play it if the gameplay looks awesome. I could get over the art style, but I do think that's like, man, you are taking one of the best aspects of this series and just like doing away with it. I think if you retained the graphical fidelity and the art style of Horizon Forbidden West, but it's like Monster Hunter type gameplay, I think people would love that. I just think that would be an instant winner. I think you would see some people groaning, be like, "Oh my god, more Horizon." But I think generally speaking, people would be like, "That actually looks pretty sick." I feel like you show Horizon gameplay with Fortnite graphics, I think everybody's rolling their eyes. You know what I'm saying? I think like almost everybody's gonna be like, "Are you serious?" And I really hope that's not what they chose to do, man, because I think it is though. I think it is. And so I still think it'll find an audience, but Horizon Forbidden West is a different game. It's going to be different. You can't compare them. I mean, I don't know. I kind of think of like Ghost of Tsushima here, where it's like the multiplayer version of Ghost of Tsushima was, you know, it was Ghost of Tsushima, and it just had multiplayer sensibilities and even live service sensibilities without actually having the service part. Um, they didn't continue to support it, and I feel like it worked. I just kind of think like, why couldn't it work for Horizon 2? But I do get what you're saying. They are two different games. Like, I think Sony's going to position that very clearly. Like, this is very different from Horizon Forbidden West or Horizon Zero Dawn. Remember that canceled Sony Live Service game with games that look like Nerf guns? Dude, the one I remember is Sony London's live service game. Did you guys? I mean, we didn't see a trailer for it, but there was concept art, and it's just like, Jesus, dude. You just look at some of these games, and it's like, what were you thinking? But that studio shut down. Well, we do have one more topic to discuss. And this one has to do with PS3 emulation and how, or on, PS3 backwards compatibility. And it seems like it's finally happening, at least the early days. Implicit, conversions. The company involved in porting PlayStation Classics to PlayStation Plus and PlayStation Store is looking into PS3 emulation. As rumors continue to circulate that Sony is attempting to bring select PS3 games, I don't know why I'm getting hiccups now, to PS5 natively, Implicit Conversions has confirmed that efforts are underway, but there's no guarantee that it will bear fruit. Hawk-eyed fans spotted a roadmap published on Implicit Conversions' website, which states that the company is, quote, researching and prototyping the possibility of a PlayStation 3 emulator package for emulation engine Syrup. Implicit Conversions added the PS3 emulation project to its roadmap a month ago and changed its status to dreaming about just a week ago, suggesting that it still has a ways to go before we see any results, if any at all. Tech experts have said that despite all the efforts, PS3 emulation will not be easy, as the console cell architecture will continue to be a major roadblock. That being said, Implicit Conversions is working on a commercial solution as opposed to a personal project, so it remains to be seen if we'll finally get PS3 games running natively on PS5. And so the significance of this is the fact that this is the first time we are seemingly getting like something official where they're saying like they are beginning work on it. They just can't make any promises. They can't promise you it's going to, come to fruition. They can't promise it'll actually work, but they are confirming that this is a new project they're taking on, and it is the very early days. And I do wonder, again, I wonder if this is the result of Herman Holst and Hideaki Nishino, where they both basically determined that like we need to get these guys working on this. Eric from 850, a member for 14 months, he says, how heavily monetized do you think Ghost of Tsushima Legends will be, or will it be free like the original? Well, I'm not even confident that Sucker Punch is working on another Ghost of Tsushima multiplayer. There were job listings. There were multiple job listings, but we haven't heard anything. But assuming we do get it, I think it'll be monetized. I think that it'll be a $40 game. Oh man, dude, I really do think I'm gonna have to go rinse my eye out. Like it is, I am losing it, dude. I'm sorry. This is like one of those itches that's like, oh man, I can't stop itching. Help. Boss, what did you do to me, dude? I'm sorry. My eye, it itches so bad. Hopefully that's the last of it. Go wash my face. I'm about to. Yeah, if the itch comes back, I'm gonna go rinse my eye because it's holy shit. It is driving me crazy. But I do think if there is a dedicated Ghost multiplayer, I think it will be $40. And I do think that it will have some microtransactions, but I don't I don't see them getting too egregious with it. I think that if they just take what they did with Ghost of Tsushima Legends, for I think if they do it for like Ghost of Yotei Legends, and it's a standalone game, I think they'd have a winner on their hands, man, but I don't know. I think I think right now I'm very uncertain if Sucker Punch is working on anything multiplayer. I think it would be a real disappointment if Sucker Punch didn't have any type of multiplayer experience in development because they absolutely nailed Ghost of Tsushima Legends. Like they know what they're doing, bro. They are probably, I would say, the most well-equipped studio that PlayStation has to make a live service game. Because if you played Ghost of Tsushima Legends, they nailed it, dude. They did everything with a cap though. Like they knew they weren't going to continue to support it, but everything was set up, man. The foundation is there, and I think they could knock it out of the park. So I would be quite surprised if they aren't doing anything more with it because that would be some seriously wasted potential. But if they do, I'm assuming it will be monetized. I'm assuming that uh they're going to try to make some money off it this time. But I would expect it to be bigger and have a lot more content than Ghost of Tsushima Legends. I mean, could it be free to play? It's possible. It's possible. Infamous live service would kick ass. Yeah, I don't think they're going back to Infamous though, man. I'll be honest, I don't think they're going back. Do you feel uncomfortable about Sony doing mostly women characters in their big games because those who are playing these games are mostly guys? No. As long as it's not like 100% across the board. I mean, even then it's like I would just think it's a little strange. It's a bit much, but no. I'm as long as the characters are interesting and well written, that's what I care about. Our PCS3 are working on getting PS3 emulation on mobile. Sony should hire them. Yeah, they should. Maybe they will. Maybe if implicit conversion struggles. I mean, I don't really care that much about PS3 backwards compatibility. I'm going to be honest with you, man. But I know a lot of people do. I know a lot of people do. A lot of people want to see that happen, and it feels like at some point it's got to happen. It's got to happen. So I just don't think that this is something that people should get super excited about, like, oh my God, it's finally happening. But I think it is something that should give people a little bit of hope, where it's like we actually have first official confirmation that they're going to try. They might fail and it might be a train wreck, but they're going to try. And I think that that's something that if you are somebody who has been waiting for this, might be worth getting a little bit excited about. But also keep in mind, we're likely years away. I have a feeling that this new PS3 emulation situation, how they're saying they're just starting it and they're dreaming about it. I think this is something that they're going to try to have ready for some time to release during the PlayStation 6 generation. I think it's going to take a long time. And that makes sense. I feel like the timing of it, makes sense. They've been doing PS1 and PS2, and they've been getting better and better and better. And so it's like, well, what's next? I mean, naturally, the next thing in line is PS3, but that's no easy undertaking. So, but hopefully they can figure it out. I think I think if Sony could come out, that could be such a huge win for the PlayStation 6. If Sony could come out and be like, we did it. We finally did it. You could play PS3 games natively. Or like, they'll be emulated. You don't have to stream them anymore. I think that'd be such a huge win for the PS6. I don't think it would be a situation where you could put PS3 game discs in and play it though. I don't think it would be like that. But still, I just think anything at this point outside of streaming would be a big win. Says dreaming about, so it's definitely years away. Yeah, for sure. Not anytime soon. Not anytime soon. Females, what's wrong with females? I mean, I've said it before that like sometimes I do prefer playing as males. Yeah. Like sometimes I don't know, it feels more relatable in some cases, but I would only, I would never let that be a limiting factor in whether or not I want to experience a video game or not, or enjoy it. Like Stellar Blade didn't appeal to me until I saw the last trailer where they showed off gameplay, like a lot of gameplay and boss battles. That's when Stellar Blade immediately was like, holy shit, okay. Everybody was. I remember prior to the release of Stellar Blade, like everybody, they had their memes and stuff of Eve, and I'm like, yeah, that's cool, but I don't know if I'm gonna play it. I got to see the gameplay, and I did, and I was like, holy shit, okay, I was not familiar with your game, literally. So, I would never let it be a limiting factor. But I do understand why there is some concern because people don't want to see Sony go off the deep end where it's like only, from this point forward we're only doing female leads. It's like, all right, well that's kind of weird, just like it would be weird if it was only male leads. Like I just think let the developers create what they want to create. Let them create the main characters and protagonists that they want to create, and just make sure they're well written, man. Because I'm telling you, like at the end of the day, it's not going to matter if a character's male or female if they're bad, if they're poorly written. It's not going to matter, you know. If they're poorly written, that's all that's going to matter. And you're going to be like, man, this character fucking sucks. Their gender is not really what's going to be important, but the problem isn't female characters. It's that they're all lesbians. Well, we'll see how far that gets taken. I mean, yeah. So there's Ellie, there's Aloy. Um, I don't. Are there any more? I think that might be it, right? Are there any more? I mean, that's two. I don't think that's that. That's not like crazy. I don't think that's crazy. I don't think you could say unless there's something I'm forgetting. There might be something I'm forgetting. There might be a character I'm not remembering. No, no. The main character of Returnal. Oh, what's her name? I forgot her name. Celine. No, I don't think. No, yeah, she's not. She's not a lesbian. Yeah, Abby's not a lesbian. So Aloy might just be bi. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, dude. I mean, people melted down when they saw that, man. And I mean, my whole thing with that is it just felt like kind of weak. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna lie to you. Like when I saw that with Aloy, I was like, Gorilla, bro, stop trying to be Naughty Dog. Like just straight up. It was better when you weren't trying to be Naughty Dog. Just, you know, I thought it was better when Aloy just was like, I don't have feelings for anybody. Like I just my only feelings are I just want to save the world. I'm like, all right, that's kind of interesting. That like it's different and like it makes sense because that's I don't know. But then again, I didn't play the DLC yet. I just saw clips. Maybe for those of you, I want to ask you guys this question because this is a criticism that is thrown at Aloy all the time, and I can kind of agree with a little bit based off of what I played. People feel like Aloy, her character and her personality is like very dull and boring and uninteresting and just like bleh. Um, for those who played the DLC, do you think that changed it a little bit? Like, did it make you feel like they did start to flesh out her personality a little bit more and, you know, it did more for her character? Or do you think, no, it was just like, it's just basically more blah Aloy? Like they tried and, or they failed and it didn't do anything? Saying the culture war is literally being pushed by the developers. I mean, that might be true for some devs, like on their personal accounts and shit. In the games, I mean, you do see that on occasion in some games. At least you could see like they're like it's always so cringe. It doesn't happen that often. And I think Dragon Age was like guilty of this, where like you can tell that some of these developers get into arguments on Twitter and they allow those arguments to basically influence their writing. And it's like, holy shit, dude. Come on. You're writing a fantasy story here, man. For an established IP. Let's keep those things separate. Got you like her low key sarcastic insults. You think Horizon 3 should use a different protagonist? That's interesting. You're saying she's always had a personality. People just don't read / don't actually play the games. I mean, she does have a personality. She's not. I think some people are a bit. I think they exaggerate a little bit, where like they make it seem like she's literally just. She's never said anything or there is a little bit of personality there, but I think it's the thing for me with Aloy is she's just totally one dimensional as a character. I mean, I think people it felt like she had more personality in the first game because she was just inquisitive. But I feel like she acted as a perfect conduit for the player of like we share that inquisitive nature that she has where we want answers too. And I feel like they did continue that in the sequel, but a lot of questions were answered. And so there were less questions overall being asked. Therefore, Aloy ultimately seemed like she became a little bit less inquisitive naturally. And, I just think it people maybe just, I don't know, they just started to lose a little bit of interest. They did Aaron dirty. Aaron is a pretty, yeah, he's pretty funny. He's pretty funny. I do like Varl is a pretty interesting character. I mean, they have some good side. I thought Silence. I thought his character was the coolest. And it's such a shame that Lance Reddick passed away, man, because he was like the highlight of these games for me. Where I always thought, his character, the secrecy surrounding his character really, and also just his kind of like, I think I liked him because he really was like the only character that genuinely challenged Aloy, but actually seemed like he could, like maybe he could best Aloy, because in the game they make Aloy seem like she's unbeatable basically. She's always got that plot armor, and that's understandable. Most protagonists do, But Silence was like the only character that kind of was like, actually, this guy, he was always like one step ahead of her. And because of that, it interested me. Like, what does bro know? What does this guy know? And it's such a damn shame that Lance Reddick passed away because, like, man, it felt like it was really just starting to get good with his character and what they were building up to for the third game. And so he's going to get recast, but I think it's safe to say that unfortunately, whoever they pick to recast Silence is not going to be able to outdo Lance Reddick, unfortunately for them. But Silence is one of the best PS characters. I agree. I'm really curious to see who like they did recast. I don't know if the person that they had playing Silence in Lego Horizon Adventures, I don't know if that's who they're getting for the third game as well. And I also don't know how they might change this character and how they write him into the story, you know? Like, I wonder if his role will now be diminished because it's not being played by Lance Reddick, which I could understand that, but Abyss, you're saying, so true, MBG. No one cared about playing women in Returnal, The Walking Dead, Telltale series, The Last of Us, Ellie, Tomb Raider, Princess Peach, Nier Automata, Mortal Kombat, etc. I mean, yeah, I do think. Listen, I think the truth is somewhere in the middle. I think that's the biggest problem with, and I think I've identified this after talking about it so much throughout 2024 and even in 2023. But I think the problem is like there's so many extreme voices that now have large platforms, and everywhere you look, it's like everybody's always yelling loudly about something or screaming or going berserk or just very, very upset all the time about something. And I noticed that there's a common theme on both sides here with this. And it's that, like, when you listen to these people, like, they're all angry and upset and miserable. And it's like, it's not to say that every single thing they're saying is completely false. There might be some truth in what they're saying, but that's why I think the truth is somewhere in the middle where it's like, are there are Western developers allowing themselves to be too influenced by left-leaning politics while making their games and letting that seep into their games in ways that they otherwise shouldn't? The answer to that is yes. Are there people who are looking for that in every single thing they see from every single Western game to a point where now they're imposing it and finding it in places where it actually doesn't exist and basically choosing to go batshit crazy over it, even though it's not real? Yes. The answer is yes to both of these things. And that's where we have to be in the middle here to be able to discern, to discern like what's actually that and what's actually not that. And that's why when we, here on the channel, when I talked about games like Ghost of Yotei and Intergalactic, I think both times people are jumping the gun way too hardcore. I think with Intergalactic, it's a little bit more shaky in that, okay, yeah, there was definitely a tone in that trailer, there was definitely, like, when people are like, man, Neil's going to ruin it with his writing. It's like, well, it's possible. Yeah, I mean, like, this could be the most political game that Naughty Dog ever made, or not. Like, let's just see what it is. But the idea, I think I'll put it to you this way. I think there's a reason why when you see what people were saying about Intergalactic, most of the stuff you saw were people focused on how this woman looked, her shaved head, or her demeanor, her drinking the soda. And there was a lot less. There were people with some valid criticisms of, like, concern, not even criticisms, but valid concerns, but they're drowned out by the nonsense of, like, and it's like smooth brained people where it's like, make her pretty. And it's like, that's not a valid criticism of this video game, dude. I'm sorry to break it to you. It's just not. Like, it's not. I don't know what to tell you. It's not. Like, Joel, I would have to, I don't know, I have to ask like a woman's opinion, but like, was Joel hot? I mean, he didn't seem like the ugliest dude in the world, but he seemed pretty gruff, man. He seemed like he was not the, he's not like, I didn't look at him the same way. I guess when you look at like Nathan Drake, it's like Nathan Drake's got that more traditional, like square jaw, really handsome, just really good looking dude that, women would find naturally attractive. I don't know. I don't know if women would see Joel the same way, but I'm just saying, man, like, I didn't give a shit. I didn't find Joel's character interesting because of how he looked. I think that's just what I'm trying to say. Like, Joel could have looked very different from the way he looked. What interested me is the way he was written, the way he was as a character. You know what I mean? Like his personality in the game and the decisions he made and the reasons behind those decisions. The same exact thing applies to this new main character. Even people like, dude, people talk about the character of Abby and they're like, she's fucking hideous. I'm like, dude, she's not. Like her arms are buff and she's jacked. But if you're talking like just looking at her face, like what's hideous? I'm confused. Like sincerely, I don't understand. Like she just looks like a person, like a normal person. So that, people are like latching onto the fact that they made her buff. And I'm like, yeah, that's a little questionable for just logical reasons of like, well, you are a female, so you naturally have less testosterone. You're in a post-apocalyptic world. You may have a gym, but you're pretty buff, dude. It's like you're buffer than like most dudes. I feel like, so I don't know if maybe she's just that committed to training. She's that badass. She's eating a high-ass protein diet, going crazy on the weights. Maybe. But that to me is just like, again, it's like her buff muscles. I can't play a game if she has buff muscles, like, okay, dude. That's all right. I don't know what to say at that point. And I'm trying to just hopefully cut through all that where it's like, hey man, if you don't want to play Ghost of Yotei because you don't like the actress and what she had to say on Twitter, okay. I think that's fine. I just feel bad because it's like, dude, you might end up missing out on a fucking great game. Like sincerely, you might go watch that trailer again. Just put it out of your mind for a moment. Pretend you didn't come across any of these random tweets from this actor or actress that you never heard of prior to this. Put that to the side and just look at the trailer of the game. You know what I mean? And that's all. I just think that people are getting a bit nonsensical. They have been for some time. And I think one of the biggest things is people are trying to identify things that are not there yet and might not be there at all. And so when I see something like Intergalactic, when I see something like Ghost of Yotei, I see games that have been in development for 4 or 5 plus years. And what did she say on Twitter? Nothing even that crazy, dude. Like she's a political activist. Like she's a trans activist. She's pro-trans and all that stuff. And she doesn't hide it on her Twitter. And I'm like, whatever. Like why would I fucking be mad about that? Like that's her prerogative, man. That's her political. It's not even political. It's like that's her belief. If that's what she wants to, she's allowed to feel that way. Like why the fuck? Like I'm just saying, like why would I be like fuck that? I'm not playing this game, dude. Even though it could end up being my game of the year. Because she said that on Twitter. She's pro-trans. Like it's like what the fuck, man. Like who cares? You know what I mean? It's like it's not like it would be a different situation if it's like I see the next trailer of Ghost of Yotei and there's like a whole scene where the main character of Ghost of Yotei, Atsu, I think is what her name is, and there's like she does like a whole monologue about transism. It's like, okay, that's kind of fucking out of left field and weird. and not at all what I was expecting. And then we're going to have a conversation that, like, okay, something's very wrong. But that's not, you see what I'm saying? Like, these are two separate things, man. And I think people are trying to, I think the biggest problem with all of this is that too many people, again, they're trying to cram these things together when they're actually very much separate. And I think that there unfortunately are some instances where developers are cramming them together, and people are trying to say those things should be separate, or at least not as, like, that puzzle piece is not really fitting there right now, man. You might want to take it off and try again. So, because the politically correct BS in the game, you're saying it's because of the politically correct BS in the game and we're tired of it. I mean, I guess. I mean, I'm sure there are examples, I guess, but oh, you're saying it's because she said vote blue no matter who. And that, yeah, like, to me, that makes me judge that person a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it's like, hey, did you know that the actress that they have playing the main character, Atsu, in Ghost of Yotei, did you know on her Twitter she said vote blue no matter who? It doesn't make me any less excited for the game, but it does make me judge that person a little bit, where it's like, that's a stupid thing to say. What if the person who's blue is fucking stupid? Maybe educate yourself. Vote for who you think would do the best job in a leadership position running the country. That's like a universal thing for me personally, where it's like, anybody who says, like, vote this no matter what, like, no matter what, really, you could put a fucking banana up there and you're going to vote for it. You could put a monkey up there and you're going to vote for the monkey. Get real. But yeah, that's her personal opinion that, frankly, a lot of people share that mentality for some reason. And they're going to put that on, but that's where it's like, it's a good thing you're not, you're an actress who's playing a character. I don't really care. Vote for you. You have your own opinion on how people should be voting out there. That's your choice. Okay? That's your right. I just want to know, how are you as an actress? Are you going to nail this part? You know what I mean? I get it. You vote blue, that's cool. You do you. But I just want to know, are you going to nail this fucking part or not? Because I would really hope that whoever's writing the Ghost of Yotei story at Sucker Punch, I really hope that their main thought process when going into the writing of that story isn't vote blue no matter who. Then we might have a train wreck. If we got the writers of these games going in with that mentality, okay. Now we're not just talking about Twitter anymore, and we might have a real problem. And then I would be very, very concerned. And that's, that I think is why people are a little bit more intense with Naughty Dog, because they do think that that is what's going on. And it's like, maybe. But let's see. Games used to be made just to be entertaining and tell a story. Politics never entered the picture. I mean, I disagree with that. I think that they were less prevalent. I wouldn't say they never entered the picture. I think that there were plenty of games and plenty of creators and plenty of titles where they were political, but you maybe just didn't realize it, or it wasn't trying to beat you over the head with something either. And I do think that's I think that is what maybe has changed. Yeah, I can agree with that. I can agree with Sentient Ironheart. They're saying it's fine if you have an opinion, but don't let the activism ruin a game. Sucker Punch has the benefit of the doubt. Let's see how it goes. I agree with that. That I think that's exactly like it's the activism side of it that will ruin it. I think people don't quite understand that politics are basically everywhere in all media. Not in literally everything, but in a lot of the stuff that you have consumed in the past that you considered good or great, or some of your favorite games, some of your favorite movies, some of your favorite shows, books. I guarantee you, like many of these things actually do have a lot of politics in them that you may just not have paid much attention to. And the reason for that is because they're not being activist about it. There is a difference between I want to write a political story and I want to basically write a political activism story. You know what I mean? Like I'm trying to be a political activist through the conduit of my writing of this story. I think there is a difference. MVG, do you think they're trying to beat us over the head with it now? I think that, again, my take on this is I think we do have some examples where it seemed pretty much like they're trying to beat us over the head with it, or just they're being way too in our face about it. And people are retracting. Like, what? Why? Like, this feels very forced. And it feels like you're trying to deviate my attention from the game itself and more so on like, but here's this political message. I just want you to know, like, we're a left-leaning studio. I want you to know that. Like, okay, is your game good or what? You know, like, I think there are absolutely examples of this. I think it's true. But I think the problem with it is, you ever hear the saying, one bad apple ruins them all? I think that's exactly what we're seeing in real time. I think it just takes a couple of games to do this. And before you know it, now people are suspicious all the time. Now people are afraid all the time that, like, well, clearly this is going to be every game now. And I think that's where it's like, now the other apples, even though they're perfectly fine, people think they're spoiled too. And that's where that's a scary thing, because it's a real thing where it's like, you better be careful now, because you're like, Ghost of Yotei again is the best example I can think of, where it's like, there's nothing political in that fucking trailer, dude. Like that trailer, I would argue, until people realized it was a female, I think people were stoked. It was when she took the mask off, I think, or, later in the trailer when it became clear, like, oh, this isn't Jin. And I think that's when people started to kind of like, whoa, hold on now. And I think that's where you can kind of see, like, everything that was being shown, people were like, this looks fucking cool. But then that fear monger, and that's the problem with the other side. And I've tried to talk about this and push back against it, where it's like, when you start, that's what people, you talk about the woke mob, but then you talk about the anti-woke mob. And the problem with we already know what the problem with the woke mob is. The problem with the anti-woke mob is that it's like, now when you listen to those types of people, it's just everything is this now. And I'm going to find it in everything, and I'm going to show it to you. And when I show it to you, it's like, oh, well, there it is. And it's like, dude, what are you even talking about? And it becomes a kind of, it almost becomes like an illness, just like when we talk about the woke mob, like that becomes an illness. It's like, what are you doing? And I just think that that's really what is, if you want my opinion on like what's ruining games and what's ruining me, any type of entertainment media or anything these days, I just think it's that too many people are beginning to gravitate towards loud, vocal people with an agenda, and that agenda is everything is about this one thing at the center. And that one thing is, again, it's either like political activism and being progressive, or if it's not that, it's on the complete other end where it's like, well, we want the opposite of that. So anything we see that is even remotely close to that, that's exactly what it is now. It's like, no, it's not. It's like, we put a female in our game as a protagonist. That's political activism. That's wokeness. It's like, no, it's none of those things. You've just been listening to too many people who are telling you that that's what it is. See it, like, stop listening to those people and look at it for yourself. And if you determine after just looking at it for yourself and getting the full picture that, yeah, I think that's what it is, then that's fine. That's fine. But it's like, too many people are they're just sheep, bro. You guys know this. The game night, hold on one second. I'll be right back. I'm going to read that super chat in just a moment. All right. The game night with a $5 chat says Final Fantasy 7 was a political game. It deals with climate change, yet it's highly regarded. Metal Gear has political themes throughout as well. Exactly. And I think that's where, when you look at these titles you're mentioning, I've always talked about how it's difficult to be a good storyteller. It's difficult to be a good storyteller first and foremost. It's difficult to tell a really good story and also have a distinct message that you want to convey in that story. It requires a lot of nuance. It requires the threading of a needle, bro. It's not something you can just plop in there and be like, yep, that's what I want to say. Like when you play FF7, or specifically with Metal Gear, there are some things in Metal Gear that I think Kojima does kind of beat you over the head with, such as nuclear deterrence, and like nuclear weapons are bad. But I think that's kind of fine, because it's like, well, I'm not sure that anybody's really going to disagree with that, because it's like, yeah, that shit's dangerous and that's going to just screw up. That's bad for everybody. But anything else that may be seen like more right or left leaning, from what I can recall, he doesn't like beat you over the head with any of that shit. You know, like he's not trying to like, it's not being like screamed at you. It's not coming through the screen where it's like, you know, now Kojima's going on a whole fucking diatribe about, you know, being pro-life or whatever or some shit. Like if that was ever in there, it's like, it's kind of, you know, like it's just like a little wink, you know, little wink and nod. Not something where it's like the entire fucking monologue here is going to be, you get what I'm saying? And I feel like this is where in the recent Dragon Age game, like people were pointing out how like the writing is so terrible. Where it's like, dude, that's what I'm talking about. Like they're like writing some things as if they're writing fucking tweets, bro. It's like, you got to be kidding me. Who the hell is Carlos? Says, I think the issue is all games want to go woke, bruv. Well, apparently they're all going to go broke. Simply Cal, thank you so much, buddy. Simply Cal decided to re-up their membership. And I very much appreciate that, man. Guys, I want to see some W's flowing in the chat for Simply Cal. Appreciate all the guys. All of you guys. Appreciate all the guys, not the girls. No, because that's how we roll here. No, I appreciate all of you guys. Anybody who's a member, re-upping their membership, paying each month, I really do appreciate that. Yeah, we do slip into this topic, and I'm not trying to make it take over the stream or anything, but it's I don't mind talking about these things. I just mind when it becomes toxic. Truthfully, that's all it is. And I think for a lot of people, that's the problem as well. I don't think they mind having conversations about it or talking about it from time to time because it's clearly something that's here and it's not just going to disappear overnight. But I just think that these conversations, the problem with them is I think people just get way too toxic too quickly. The places in which these conversations are being had get too toxic. And if there's one thing like I'm not going to tolerate this year, and I definitely tolerated it for way too long last year, is allowing the conversations to get too toxic, where it's like people can have their opinions, but it's just like if somebody says, no, this game is woke, and then fails to elaborate or some shit, or they say like this game's gonna flop because it has a female in it, and then fails to elaborate like that, I'm just like, I'm not dealing with that. It's like, go away. There are plenty of places in 2025 where you will be rewarded for saying that without explaining anything. This is not one of those places. But the same goes if like somebody comes in and they're like, we do need more. We need more lesbian protagonists, and then fails to acknowledge that there are already multiple lesbian protagonists. You know what I mean? Like from Sony first party led games, and just like pretends like you get what I'm saying? Like they're just like too extreme about it. Where it's like, what are you talking about? Like, go away. I just think too many people get too toxic about it. They just it's got to be their way or the highway, one way, and it's the only way. But one thing I can say is that I want to see more, specifically of Ghost of Yotei. Intergalactic, I want to see more of, but I feel like that's further away. I want to see more Ghost of Yotei. I'm stoked at the fact that Sucker Punch is on their Twitter and they're like, "Yep, it's coming this year." I don't know if anybody caught that, by the way. Like Sucker Punch is reaffirming like this game's coming in 2025. So they seem extremely confident. They seem locked in. And because of that, I imagine we are going to see more of this game soon. Josh, you're saying I think subtlety is missing from American conversations. Yeah. Yeah, probably. I don't think I could argue with that. So a little bit of subtlety can go a long way. I think people are more receptive to, you know, people are more receptive to the notion of you figured it out yourself. I didn't figure it out for you. You know what I mean? People, I think, well, at least people used to be more receptive to that. These days, I'm not so sure. These days, it seems like more and more people are like, I don't want to figure anything out. Can you just tell me? So maybe that's the problem. Chartard with that name, bro, with a $10 super chat says the more your setting clashes with contemporaneous issues, the more the game suffers. BioShock Incorporated and I don't know if I'm saying that, Ayn Rand's ideas without making obnoxious references to pop culture or modern day issues. Chartard, with the way you construct your super chats, man, I feel like you're doing yourself a disservice with that name. I'm going to be real with you right now, man. Like, that's not, like, if after reading that super chat, it's like, who said that? Chartard. Oh. I don't know. Maybe that's the joke. I'm not so sure. But Alice O'Connor, better known as her pen name, Ayn Rand. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, though. Was a Russian. Oh, I think I learned about this person. I watched a whole video on this individual a while ago. A Russian-born American author and philosopher, she is known for her fiction and for developing a philosophical system she named objectivism. Let's see what objectivism. Objectivism. Objectivism rejects alternative notions of rights, such as positive rights, collective rights, or animal rights. Objectivism claims that the only social system which fully recognizes individual rights is capitalism, specifically what Rand described as uh, full, pure, uncontrolled, unregulated, laissez-faire capitalism. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Chartard also says, I am the modern day diagnosis of autism. All right. Well, Chartard, I do appreciate the super chats, man. And I do appreciate your insight into it. And that is interesting to think. I think that's a great example. I mean, taking these ideas, these are some heavy ideas. These are some heavy philosophical ideas. But like you're saying, not handling them with subtlety and not trying to make obnoxious references. Yeah. Maybe that's what people are getting tired of, man. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe developers shouldn't be on social media, you know? I know what you meant. It's all good. Don't worry about the typos. I got you covered. Oh, wait, no. Hold on. Oh, wait, hold on. That's a great. So it wasn't a typo. Oh, geez. Now, well, hold on now. He's like, no, I wasn't diagnosed with autism. Oh shit, I'm doing Chartard dirty, bro. Let me see the Greek philosopher, and we have Cameron Suire. Suire. I like that better. Cameron, thank you so much. Re-up their membership. I know about this guy too, bro. I don't even know how to say his name, but I swear, dude, I watched a video on this guy. I'm sorry. I don't recognize the names. That's a problem. I've watched countless videos on these philosophers and their ideas and the imagery specifically. When I see it pop up, I'm like, oh yeah, I know who that is. I've heard of that person. I don't know their name. That's funny as shit, though, dude. I'm sorry, Chart. I straight up called him autistic, man. I apologize. Man, he's not going to forget this anytime soon. How do you pronounce his name, though? I don't want to say it because Dio. I'm just going to call him Dio. But Cameron, really quick before I move on, thank you so much for re-upping your membership, man. We've been doing a lot of members-only content. We've been doing a lot of members lounges, Morning with the Misses. Go check it out. Chartard is too smart for us. Dude, I legitimately thought he meant to say diagnosis. And it was a typo. I didn't realize he it was the name of a philosopher, bro. So Dio here, also known as Dio the Cynic, or Dio of Sinope. I don't want to stop making me read words, bro. Was a Greek philosopher and one of the founders of cynicism. Oh wow, this dude's old. Ancient Greek philosophy. The philosophy is cynicism. Let's see. Hold on one sec. Cynicism is a school of thought in ancient Greek philosophy, originating in the classical period and extending into the Hellenistic and Roman imperial periods. According to cynicism, people are reasoning animals, and the purpose of life and the way to gain happiness is to achieve virtue in agreement with nature, following one's natural sense of reason by living simply and shamelessly free from societal constraints. The cynics rejected all conventional desires for wealth, power, glory, social recognition, conformity, and worldly possessions, and even flouted such conventions openly and uh, der- derisively in public. Okay. Wow. Holy shit. Yeah, this is a lot. Diogenes. 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 Am I saying it right? There you go. Thank you. Chartard's like, MBG's going to have to name his channel Chartard after this. I probably still said it wrong, though. Society messed us up, man. No, I remember a while ago watching, there's this one YouTuber, I forget his name, but he covers all these different philosophers. Close enough. I kind of want to just stick with Dio though, you know? But that's interesting. Okay, thinks this philosopher is cringe. Hmm. I mean, it seems like a pretty intense philosophy, man. But I don't know, I think there's certain aspects of it that I can agree with. People are reasoning animals. The purpose of life and the way to gain happiness is to achieve virtue in agreement with nature, following one's natural sense of reason by living simply and shamelessly, free of social constraints. I yeah, I don't know, man. That's a tough one because it's like, isn't this the dude who literally lived in like he was homeless, right? He just lived in like a fucking, I don't even know what you would call it. He lived in like a fuck in a tub. He's sitting in his tub, 1860. That's when this, I guess, was made, this picture. But dude lived in a tub. I don't know about that one, man. Like, I feel like I could take it, but only so far. Will, you want to start saving money for a tub? Is that what you're saying? You want to save money to live in a tub? Or maybe I'm misreading it. Maybe you're talking about something else. But honestly, though, getting back to what Chartart originally said, I think he's right. I think he's right. I think that these deeply philosophical and even sometimes political, I mean, honestly, these things, they kind of do go hand in hand, right? I don't think they have to be completely divorced from video games. Certainly not. They aren't. They're going to be here no matter what. But I think this is where we just see that, like, talented writers, talented creators, like and storytellers, they know how to weave this stuff where in a way where like I'm gonna get the main points across, and you're gonna walk away having a general idea and hopefully understanding, but I'm not gonna shove it in your face and make sure I beat you over the head with it. So no matter what, I'm gonna make sure you understand. Like, I just feel like there has to be some layer of subtlety and care taken with it. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with me. I can't pronounce shit, dude. And it's a problem. How do I work? I don't understand. How do I improve that? How do I improve my pronunciation of things? You're the equivalent of the internet homeless schizo trying to warn you of lizard people. Damn. Yeah, see that I feel like I that's easier for me to digest. What you just said there, Chartard. That's funny. Make MBG read again. I need to go back to the classroom. I was always bad with spelling and pronunciation. They say getting off social media will make you smarter. I'm about to test that theory, bro. I'm about to test it. English was easier when it went into writing essays versus grammar rules. Slow down when you speak and it might be a little easier. I don't think I talk. Do I talk fast? I don't think I do. I think sometimes I've gotten complaints of people saying I talk too slow, not fast enough. By the way, guys, hit that like button for me. I'm asking because we're 2 likes away from hitting 250 likes. I do appreciate that. It has been helping. Hitting the like button helps. Well, this was definitely a bit of a side topic here, side quest. Although saved it for the second half of the stream, towards like the end of the stream, which I think is the more appropriate place for it to go. There are definitely some problems. You know, I'm not one of these people where I want to just ignore any potential problems and be toxically positive and say everything's great, everything's good, no criticism, no cynicism, no nothing. I don't think that's constructive, but I also don't think it's constructive to be completely miserable about everything and assume the worst in everything. And I'll be honest with you, man, like I am I am more of a cynical person. I don't know how well I don't know if that comes across very well on my channel. And I think the reason for that is because I am talking mostly about things that I enjoy. Like I talk mostly about PlayStation. I'm talking mostly about games. And truthfully, I do not approach games from an extremely cynical standpoint. I don't. Like I actually view video games as like one of the few things left in my life that like I genuinely enjoy and they mean something to me. And I'm not ready to just kind of throw that into the bin with so many other things in my life that extend well beyond video games of just, well, this just sucks now, or, this has completely lost its luster, or this is just disappointing, you know? With video games, I'm not there and I don't want to be there because I don't feel like I'm there. But that's not to say it's perfect either, you know? It's not. There's a lot I still have problems with in the gaming industry. And I have gotten to a point with video games though where I do feel like there's so much out there. And I've said this a few times and it's worth reiterating. Video games are so big and they're everywhere and there's so many people making video games. There's more video games being made than ever before that I feel like there's something for everybody. Truly. Like I don't think you need to force diversity because I think that the industry would just naturally be super diverse at this point. And maybe that's the problem, right? Maybe that's where one of the problems can be identified where it's like it seems like too many companies are going too crazy with trying to force diversity and be, where it's like you don't need to, like you're going overboard, like there's so many people involved in the industry now that it's like that would just naturally happen if you just leave it alone. Like let it be what it's going to be. Don't don't interfere, basically. Don't force anything. And I think that that's the truth. I think that for every video game I see that I'm like, man, that looks like shit, or that seems pretty mediocre. I think that there's another one right around the corner that's like, that looks awesome. That looks like something I definitely want to play. And I just I don't know. I guess it's just like I'd rather focus on I'm not here to be miserable. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't play video games to be unhappy. Does it happen sometimes? Yeah. Do I get mad at games or annoyed with them? Sure. Like if they're difficult or if I'm playing like a multiplayer game and getting my ass whooped, sure. But more often than not, I'd say like 80% of the time or more, I'm playing them to enjoy them. You know, it's like I think about Silent Hill 2 Remake, a game I'm still playing. That was my game of the year for 2024. Was it a perfect game? No. Were there times I was like, man, this is a little bit drawn out? Or, you know, I remember there was a couple of instances where I was getting really annoyed at like a boss battle because it's just like it's a very heavy, clunky game sometimes. Yeah, that happens. But it's like, well, if 85 to 90% of my experience, or even with the puzzles, right? Sometimes the puzzles could be a bit like, oh my God, what the fuck am I doing? Where am I going? I'm totally lost. Yeah, those were real things that I encountered. But if 85 to 90% of that experience was enjoyable to me and only about 10% of it was like not enjoyable, why would I want to just hyper fixate on that 10%? You know? If it was like the other way around and 80% was unenjoyable and I only enjoy like 20% of it, then it would make sense. But here's the thing. I'm going to talk a lot less about that game because, well, I don't know. I would definitely talk about it less. I would still talk about it just because it was a game I was very much looking forward to. And that's probably why I've talked about The Last of Us Part 2 so much, right? Is like if you enjoyed it so little, MBG, why do you talk about it so much? It was because the expectation I set for it. And so it did learn something from it. And that is sometimes if they're like, dude, sometimes you set your expectations for games sky high and you have your reasons and you know why, but it doesn't mean they couldn't crush you. And I feel like you have to kind of experience that a couple times to maybe get to that point where it's like, it's kind of like with PlayStation showcases. Like, yeah, I'm going to be excited. You can't, you, you can't get me to be not excited for a PlayStation showcase. But at this point, I'm ready to be crushed. I'm ready to be steamrolled. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm ready. That could be right around the corner, bro. But until I'm steamrolled, I'm gonna be happy. So it's just kind of the nature of things sometimes. But hopefully the industry gets better, man, not worse. I think that's something that everybody can advocate for. I ain't got time to bleed. Dude, I saw a comment that was so funny on the PS5 subreddit like a week ago. And the thread was a report about how apparently there it was discovered that in Marvel Rivals, if you lose a bunch of games in a row, it will automatically put you in a match with bots. So you'll win. And it doesn't tell you. You don't know you're playing bots. So it's like, well, if you lose like 3 or 4 games in a row, you get into a game with bots automatically and you win that game and you feel better and you are likely to stick around and keep playing. And the top comment I saw, or one of the top comments, was somebody saying, "That's nice. I just want everybody to be happy at this point and enjoy the games that they're playing." And it just made me laugh so hard because I'm like, yeah, I totally like I feel that, man. Like I'm tired too. Like I'm just tired. Like people just I just want like if people are having a good time, I'm not here to tell them they shouldn't. I want to have a good time. I'm going to go to the things that I think are going to make me have a good time. Yeah, I just thought it was so funny. But Silent Hill 2 has a Pro enhanced label. I will say I've been playing it on the PS5 Pro. It does have some shimmering issues. It does, yeah. Anywhere where there's puddles or like water, it has a shimmering issue, but it's not that bad, dude. Like I don't even fucking pay attention to it. But generally speaking, Silent Hill 2 looks and runs great on the Pro, man. Um, I've been really enjoying it. Probably gonna play it later tonight some more. Right now, I'm trying to do for Silent Hill 2 remake. I'm trying to do uh, a new game plus run. There's a trophy you have to get for beating the game in under 10 hours. I'm trying to get that. There's a trophy for not using any firearms and beating the game that way. I'm trying to get that. There's another one. Oh yeah, there's another trophy where you can't use the radio for a playthrough, which is really easy. You just turn the radio off. But those are like 4 of the bigger trophies that I'm trying to get in one playthrough. I have to do a whole dedicated playthrough for the collectibles. This is the one I'm looking forward to the least. Um, and I'm gonna have to watch a guide for it, and that's what's annoying because the way they construct the trophy, they're like, you have to get all of the collectibles in, like all of the memos, all of the photographs, all this stuff in one run. And I'm like, so I have to do a collectible run. And that I'm not really looking forward to that. And that's where it's like I do start to question, like, how fun is this really gonna be? Like, am I delving into that? Like, am I making myself unhappy by doing this? But then I realize, like, no, because what will be worth it for me is I want to be able to look at that game and see I got the platinum and I got 100%. So if I have to do this one thing that's going to be a little bit annoying, I'm just like weighing it out here. Cuz here's how I know. Here's how I know. If I were to get like 38 out of the 44 trophies, I'm gonna like it something will break in me at some point. I can't walk away from that. I just can't do it. Like I could do it for a while. I could be like, I'm done. I'm not getting the trophies. I'm not getting the platinum. I'm just gonna move on to the next game. I could move on to the next game. I could play the next game. I could get the platinum for the next game, but that one's gonna still be itching, dude. There is a game I played. I think this was. Hold on, I gotta see what year this game came out because I forget if it was on 360 or PS3. I think yeah, this was PS3. So there weren't a lot of games I played on PS3, but this was one of them. And it was Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City. And have any of you guys ever played this game? So this still haunts me today, man. Even when I was playing on PS3, um, I didn't care about trophy hunting. But for this game, for some reason, I did. I don't know why. I was like, I think I want to get all because I was playing with my friends at the time, or a couple of my friends on PS3. This is where we chose to play the game, and I'm like, yeah, I'll just play it on here. But then at that time, I was like an achievement hunter. But I was like, man, there are trophies for this game. This is interesting, and I was like, maybe this will be the first game I try to actually get all the trophies for and get a platinum. And the way it worked out is I got every single trophy except one. There was one trophy that I ended up never getting. Um, because it was a multiplayer trophy and it was a multiplayer PvP trophy. I don't know if anybody's played this game, but basically there was a 3v3 mode. It was either 3v3 or 4v4 where it was a PvP mode where you got to choose like you play as Leon or you know, Jill or whatever, and you just got to pick your characters and you fight each other. Does anybody remember playing this? But there was this one trophy. It was fucking ridiculous, dude. Where like you had to take out all 4 of the other players. You had to kill all 4 yourself. So it's like you have to hope that your teammates are shitty enough to not get a single kill. And you have to pray that you're skilled enough or that the other team is incompetent enough for you to kill all 4 of them. It was totally ridiculous, dude. It was like the most nonsensical trophy ever. But I'll never forget, like, the one time I was like, I'm going to try to do it. This was before I, got back really on board with PlayStation with the PS4. I was like, this is some bullshit, bro. I'll never forget that. We have Kazjam coming in, dropping a single membership gift. Kazjam is keeping this member train going today. Bringing us up to, where are we at now? I think we're at 145, right? We should be at 145 because we got somebody who re-upped their membership. So Kazjam, thank you so much. Let's get some W's in the chat for Kazjam. But yeah, bro, I kind of hate that game looking back on it because I couldn't believe I got gypped. I got gypped from that platinum. Josh, you're saying I was that way with Rebirth until I realized that I had every chapter specific trophy. Then I was like, shit, I'm doing everything now. Yeah, that's what I mean. Sometimes it just takes like, if you're willing to look over the trophy list and you kind of realize like, because when I first looked at the trophy list of Silent Hill 2 Remake, I'm like, yeah, no. I was just automatically like, I'm not platinuming this. No chance. And it was kind of nice though, because I basically lied to myself. So I just got to play the game at my leisure, not worrying about anything, not worrying about trophies and just enjoying it. But then afterwards, I was like, let me look over that trophy list one more time. And then when I saw you're at like 28 trophies or 29, and a lot of them are pretty simple to get, I was like, oh shit, okay. Like there are some that are hard, but they're just other smaller ones that I could easily get just with another playthrough. And I was looking up some of the guides for like getting the different endings. And I'm like, that's not too difficult. But Silent Hill 2 is a special one. Like this is a game. This is just one of those games where it's like, that's a proud platinum for me. What's weird is like I keep my stuff private, but it's funny because like at this point, I do that purposely because I want to make sure that I'm doing it for me. I don't want to get to a point where it's like, I want to show off my like I want to show it off so people are impressed. Like that to me is one of these things where it's like I'm okay with the idea of nobody will ever see your platinums, bro, or maybe like when I retire from YouTube, I could put it out there or something. But no one's ever gonna, it's like you're keeping it's just for, but it kind of makes it special in a way where it's like I know that it's just for me. It's for my own satisfaction. And I think that that's like, you know, there's something about that where I do think that if it wasn't, uh, you know, there would be this extra like not urgency, but incentive in a way where it's not really as genuine. Where it's like, man, if I could get this platinum and show it off, I think people be impressed. And it's like, but shouldn't you just get it because you want to get it? Although I do brag about some of my platinums. I've bragged about the Liza P platinum. I bragged about the Sifu platinum when I got it, but I just always got to make sure it's got to be for me first and foremost. Guys, we are rapidly approaching the 4-hour mark. So as you know, we don't do members content on Sundays. Sundays, it's just regular content. We have a lot of members content. We have basically like 4 to 5 days worth of members content coming up over the next week. So we'll do like basically a last call here. We are sitting at 31 members for the stream today. We are chipping away slowly but surely at the total member goal. So we'll do like a last call. If you want to drop any membership gifts or if you want to become a member so you can tune into all this members content in the upcoming week, now is the time to do it. If you have any more super chats, any more direct donations, anything like that, now is the time to do it. We'll chat for a couple more minutes here before we wrap it up. Okay says there's so many good games releasing every year, more than ever. Hard to be cynical when there's not even time to play all the good that's out there. Exactly, dude. That's why I feel like a lot of people you hear like the loud voices or the most influential voices, the people who are always freaking out or upset or unhappy or looking for, again, they're being overly cynical about everything. I don't think these people really enjoy games anymore, man. And I think it's one of these things where it's like they're making money talking about video games, basically shitting on video games. And that's what video games are to them now. You know what I mean? Like it's not actually about really getting immersed and gravitating towards things that leave you feeling great and good or even just like, wow, I enjoyed that. Or even thought-provoking stuff. It's just like I want to gravitate towards the things that I can hate and be pissed off and annoyed about so I can make the most money that way. And I get it. Money is a great motivator, dude. Maybe the strongest. So it's like from that psychological perspective, I actually do understand like, every time I hate on this thing, I make more money. So I should keep hating on this thing. Therefore, I will make more money. And it's like, yeah, I could do that with Xbox. But at some point, I kind of realized like, I don't like, there was a time where like I genuinely had some serious issues with Microsoft and had some shit to say. But at some point, it kind of just got to a point where it's like, I don't I don't really have any, like, I don't really hate them anymore. I'm kind of like I'm spent. You know what I mean? Like things have changed. They've changed. And I can't sit here and pretend. Like, here's a question I have, right? Let's say with the whole woke mob shit or anti woke mob and like all these, like there's people shitting on Ghost of Yotei, there's people shitting on GTA 6, there's people assuming that everything's gonna be woke. What happens when things are not that way anymore? Like, what happens to these people when it's like, guys, it's everything's corrected now, I guess, right? Like, there's not really anything to bitch about anymore. Or like these games come out, like Ghost of Yotei comes out, it's a big hit. GTA 6, these people get laughed at because it's like, it's not woke at all. Like, what were you talking about? What then? I feel like this is where these people are kind of boxing themselves in, where it's like, I don't know, man. If it's something you really believe in and it's something you think is truly a problem, that's fine. But something tells me that these people are going to be lingering here forever. Forever, dude. You see it all the time. They'll complain about something else. Yeah. Well, see Hogwarts Legacy. Yep. Yeah, prime example. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I don't know. Again, I kind of understand when people are trying to find success on the internet, they're trying to find success talking about things. It's hard. I know it's hard. Like there are a lot of different approaches I could take to what I do here on the channel, on my Twitter, right? There are a lot of different approaches I could take. And it's just one of these things where it's like I could, but that's going to make me miserable. And I value my content. Not I'm not even chasing happiness, but I value my content. Is contentness a word? Contentment. Is that a word? Now I got to look this up. Hold on. Contentment, a state of happiness and satisfaction. Oh, okay. So it is a word. For some reason in my brain, I'm like, that doesn't sound like it's a word. Contentment. Yeah, I value my contentment more than I value the idea of, but you could just keep rattling the cage and maybe shake more money out of it. But be fucking miserable while you're doing it. Be annoyed and perturbed. Be angry or cynical. It's like there are times to be that way. Like for real. Like you don't have to go out of your way. Like this is the appropriate response based off of what we're seeing. But I value my contentment and my you know, I just value video games too much to do that, man. If I gave up on video games, if I like didn't care about them truly anymore, it would be easy because it's like I don't give a shit about this. Like I don't fucking care. Like I want to ask you guys this last thing before I head out. Do any of you guys know about this YouTuber called Finn McKenty? Did you anybody who follows like music YouTubers or whatever? There's this guy named Finn McKenty. Does anybody here know who I'm talking about? This guy, a whole situation occurred with him recently, and I found it quite interesting. Sorry, there's just a bit of a delay on the stream naturally. So, Joshua, you know? Okay. Joshua knows. Yeah, he knows. So, basically, the situation with this Finn McKenty guy, he is I would say, very well known music YouTuber, but he was really, his channel's name was like Punk Rock MBA. I think that was the name of his channel. And he would do all these different videos covering like, rock bands, metal bands, punk bands. And I watched quite a bit of his content. And what I noticed about his content, he's very, very, very cynical. Like almost everything he did came from a bit of a cynical angle. But I was like, I get it. He seemed like he has been around for a little while, or like he was like a hardcore dude and maybe a bit jaded and burnt out, and I get that. But it always came off like very, very cynical to where like there were certain points where I'm like, dude, do you like anything? Like, do you like any of this music? Are there any bands you like? It just seemed like there was no actual enjoyment anywhere. But you know, he still did make some interesting content from time to time. Like he would do like tier lists and whatnot. Um, and it basically came out like I think he quit his YouTube channel and he did like an interview. And one of the things he revealed, he was like, "Yeah, no, I hate this." He's like, He's like, I don't like any of these bands. I don't like this music. I'm not into it." And he was like, "I just did this." He used to be like a marketer. He used to be a marketer. So he was like, "This was just like a job and I hit my financial goals and so I'm done." But he was like, "Yeah, I never liked any of it. It was just like a job and a means to an end and just a way to get money." And I'm like, "Holy shit, that actually tracks completely." Like it's pretty clear he did at one point in his life encounter this music and he had some feelings towards this music. But I was like, you know, this totally tracks because every time I watch this guy, I'm like, he was never happy about anything ever. You know what I mean? Like he was just like cynical about every band, every music, every album. And the most he would say is like, "Yeah, I guess it's pretty good." Or, you know, I'll give the credit, but he never seemed like he actually really cared about it. Like nothing ever made him excited or interested. And I'm like, damn, dude, that's kind of crazy. Like it's crazy. And it just made me wonder like how many people in the games industry, because I think there's way more gaming YouTubers than music YouTubers actually. Makes me wonder like if this dude can come out here and be this successful, you know, like basically admitting like, yeah, I never liked it ever. I was just trying to make money. Makes me wonder how many other people are doing this and basically on that same exact wavelength of like I think it's worse in games, dude. I think there are people out here doing it and they're not even hiding it. I think there are people doing it and they're not even hiding it and they're still getting support. Where like it's clear, like, dude, I don't think you're really that into games. I don't think you really like games. It's kind of weird. Tool over anything else, dude. Tool, absolute goats, man. Pantera, Tool, hell yeah, hell yeah, dude. I just listened to that song the other night, yesterday actually. Hush by Tool. That's a good song. Cowboys from Hell. Sometimes I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I should have made a music channel on YouTube. I think it's with it's the copyright thing though. The copyright stuff that really it was not only the copyright stuff, but I realized with music like I'm very I'm very stubborn. Like I do not I struggle like with trying to accept newer music. So I'm like kind of stuck in like a certain lane, I guess you could say. Just think there are more hidden gems in your backlog you would likely love and adore than you could ever play. You'll never run out of 10 out of 10s to play. Have you even touched Near? Endless Abundance. Actually, no, I never did touch Near. I've heard really good things. You're right. You're right, man. When I see Tool live during the Vicarious tour, Maynard had his back turned towards the crowd. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. You'd be surprised how many successful people have the talent but not the passion. I guess, yeah, it's at the end of the day, I guess it's not that shocking, right? Because when money's involved, it's like, yeah, there's always a sense of like it is a job in a way, you know? Um, but I think there has to be a harmonious balance. I don't think there's anything wrong with looking at it like, yeah, it's a job, it's a career, it's how I make money, it's how I make a living. But I just think you know, there has to be some well, there are definitely jobs out there where you don't have to have a sliver of passion for it. You know, I don't mean that. Like if you're working like I don't know, like a warehouse job or something and it pays really good and you're making good money, but you're basically just like moving shit around all day. You don't have to be passionate about that, you know? But I guess it just I think when you're talking about art, anything that would be considered artistic, I feel like it's really difficult to not have some level of genuine, real, raw interest and passion, right? But I guess, yeah, it's probably not as uncommon as we think. Have I ever heard of the used? I have, actually. Make a retro 90s channel. In the context of content creators. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be a good way to that's a good way to word it. Hmm. Well, we are over the 4-hour mark, guys. So I think this is going to be a good place to wrap it up. This is definitely a longer stream. But it's a Sunday. It's easier for me to go a little bit longer on the Sunday streams because, like I said, we don't do members content on Sundays. But we will be back tomorrow, hopefully with a new video as well as a new stream and some members content for you. So I'm gonna do the outro now, which always begins with thanking you guys. Thank you guys so much for tuning in today, for watching the stream and showing some support. I want to give a big shout out to anybody who dropped any member gifts, anybody who dropped any super chats, anybody who dropped any direct donations, or anybody who became a member or re-upped their membership. Thank you guys so much because we are completely fan funded here. Those of you who show that direct support, you guys are what make this possible. You guys are what allow me to continue to run the channel and try to grow the channel and grow the community. So big shout out to you guys. Thank you so much for allowing me to do this. Also want to make sure I ask you guys as you're heading out to please hit that like button. We're sitting at 260 likes. Maybe, just maybe, we can bump that up to 275 before the stream ends. Charge Hard with the $2 super chat at the end here says, got the same vibe from Casey Neistat, Mr. Trollface. Oh, yeah, I've seen him a couple of times. Yeah, I never really got into that content, man. Is he still around? Is he still doing YouTube? He probably is. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff I've fallen out of, man. Truthfully, a lot of stuff. But I guess that's normal, right? Illegal Monkey says you're very welcome. Yeah, thank you, man. Also want to make sure I give a shout out to Devil Shooter. Devil Shooter does the timestamps for the streams. So if you guys see him in the comments, if you guys, stumble across his timestamps, please give him some thanks. I know he really appreciates it. He does a great job on the channel. So Devil Shooter, thank you so much for what you do, man. And yeah, that's going to wrap up today's stream. Again, we'll be back tomorrow. It'll be really interesting to see if we end up getting that Nintendo reveal later this week. Apparently it's going to happen. We are getting CES, so we'll have to see what Sony may or may not say about PlayStation at CES, and we'll see what else the week brings. Apparently for me, it's going to be bringing some snow. So there is that. All right, guys, that does it. I'm going to go get some dinner, and I'll catch you guys tomorrow in the next one. So until then, take care, everyone.